Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today we begin our first playthrough of... what are we playing again? Slay the Princess. To celebrate Halloween, happy Halloween everyone. It is October 31st, at least in this part of the world. And I'm very excited to finally be able to play the first release, the final release of Slay the Princess. I highly enjoyed the demo. Slay the Princess is from the creators of Scarlet Hollow, a visual novel I also really loved, despite it not being finished yet. Scarlet Hollow is still in early access, but the 4 episodes I played were quite amazing. I didn't know visual novels could be like that. But here we are with Slay the Princess, a very intriguing premise, simple and yet intriguing. And the demo left us wanting for more. We only played the demo once because I did not want to spoil myself exploring other avenues. But what is Slay the Princess anyway? You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. She will do everything in her power to stop you. She'll charm, she'll lie, and she'll promise you the world. And if you let her, she'll kill you 12 times over. You can't let that happen. Don't forget, the fate of the world rests on your shoulders. You're not going to listen to him, are you? We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. And some features of the game, I'm just reading Steam from here, but I think it's worth going through. Fully voice acted by the impeccable Jonathan Sims and Nicole Goodnight. Hand-penciled art, every background and sprite is drawn traditionally with pencil and paper by Ignatz-winning graphic novelist Abby Howard, who also illustrated Slay the Princess, Scarlet Hollow. It features a princess. She's very bad, and you have to get rid of her for all our sakes. No, the princess isn't a cosmic horror. She's just an ordinary human princess, and you can definitely slay her as long as you put your mind to it. Don't even think about trying to romance her, because I'm pretty sure you are right now. You're thinking, can we romance the princess? No, it won't end well for you. Hopefully you won't die, but if you do, you'll die a lot. Be careful and stay focused on the task at hand. You just have to grab the dagger, put it in her heart, kill the princess, slay the princess. Time loops. Actually, there are no time loops. Don't be ridiculous. Time is strictly a linear concept, and it certainly doesn't loop, whatever that means. There's also a branching narrative where what you say and what you believe determines both who you are and how the story unfolds. And finally, as I already said, this is a new roleplay experience from the creators of Scarlet Hollow. Check out that game. It's an amazing visual novel, though it's not done yet. It's worth getting into. See, that is pretty fun. I like how they added some hints of the weird in the features. But welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here. Great to see you again, Izzy and Vanoa. Thank you for being here. Multitasking due to workload, not a lot of activity. Yeah, and you and Fisher have been talking about this game and how amazing it is, and I really did enjoy the demo. So I'm interested to see how they can take this premise to the next level. Like, how far are they gonna go? It's so I can't even predict how the game is gonna go or what. It's a love story, chat. That's what it's supposed to be. It's a love story. That's what the game claims to be. So let's go ahead and slay the princess. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Just slay the princess. Easiest objective ever. Only a week or so. Final episode of Attack on Titan. Excited, ready to be finished. Oh, that's gonna be a monumental thing then. As in, it's like final. No final part 1 bullshit. Like, they're actually going to conclude the entire saga. Hope that is an amazing finale. It is very difficult to conclude things, and especially with something so popular, is you can't please everyone, but you can only just hope that you yourself are satisfied with the ending, and I hope you will be. And yes, Berserk is something that I've always been meaning to get into. It's one of those things, right? It's just I have not been able to make time for manga and all that kind of good stuff, but I have heard amazing things about it. My friend is a huge fan, and I know that the director of Elden Ring and the Souls from Software is a huge fan of it. That's why there's always the reference and the Easter egg to Berserk in those games. But for Halloween, we will be celebrating with a much slower paced game. Though it is a visual novel and it's supposed to be slow paced, I don't think the story is anything but look at that! Ah! There's definitely nothing wrong with her. We can fix her. That's how it is, right? We can fix her. Alright. Right. Important content warnings. There were a bunch in the beginning, but again, from Steam, the developers themselves described Slay the Princess as a horror game. It's not intended for children or those easily disturbed. And if suicide is a significantly triggering topic for you, we suggest you take care of yourself while playing the game, or for you to possibly avoid playing it. So they're highlighting the warning of suicide. So that's a major theme of this game, I'm assuming. But let's get right into it. Slay the Princess in the cabin. Easy. This will be the fastest game we're ever going to play on the stream. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Oh, I like how it's layered. Adds depth to the scene.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Let's keep this minimal, actually. Like in the demo, we were asking all the questions, like, why? What did the princess do? What do you mean the end of the world? Why should we do it? What did she do wrong? I was so annoying in the demo. But for this one, we're just gonna silently continue to the cabin. It's gonna be one of those things, minimal dialogue, just stoic protagonists just silently making their way up this moonlit hill. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
That's the voice of the hero. Us. Hero.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin. Fatal Frame 5 Horse Party. I have Fatal Frame 5 in my library, I think. Is that the maiden
interior of the cabin is
game?
Almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table.
Stop.
It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
No, there are ways. But a blade will make it quicker. Enter the basement. I get shivers whenever the Suicide Forest is mentioned.
Open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue down the stairs. Not a word. We're here to do one job. We gotta do it right. We have one job, chat. Continue down the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Steel your nerves and step forward. Don't let the words seep in. Don't let the thoughts seep in. Longer you take, the more difficult it will be. Steel your nerves and step forward.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the princess. Roll credits. For some reason, a bead of sweat trickles down my forehead, stinging my eye. But I steel my nerves, grip the blade tightly in my hand. Bruised and scarred from the fights to get here. I will not hesitate. I will slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation.
GG, game over.
You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, look at her hand. All right, we're like not really human-ish.
Oh,
This is it.
this is it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder. Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face.
Did we win?
But is it over? Really over?
Easiest game. Of course it is. She's dead. She was just a woman. A princess, yes, but still a woman. Of course it is. Of course she's dead.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
Don't listen to that voice, hero.
You did kill someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
For the greater good. It was for the greater good.
But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Leave.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
Well, I should have known it was not gonna be this simple.
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
Did we do the right thing? Was it worth it? Okay. I was kind of hoping might get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
I have a bad feeling about this.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
You're telling me how I feel.
Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Are you talking to me? No, no, that can't be. I don't want to stay here forever. It's absolutely boring. I want to go to the tavern. I want to watch a play. Hell no. Do you have any idea how to get us the heck out of here?
I do, but you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this.
Well, that's one way out, but I don't want that way out.
I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
How you were the princess? I don't think so. Maybe they just thought it'd be best if they locked us away. To be very sure. Who knows? Maybe the princess, they were worried the princess's spirit may have possessed us or something. So just to be doubly sure, let's just send the hero to kill the princess and then trap them both in a extra dimensional space for all time. I mean, I don't blame them for being thorough.
He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
You can't tell me how I feel, Narya.
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead? Dead?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
Simple.
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore?
Oh, don't go
this
there.
Place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever.
It's okay, the kingdom is happy or something, right?
I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work.
No, voice, I think you're just desperate.
That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
Exactly, narrator. Not risking death over your weird hunch.
I suppose we've got all the time in the world for you to change your mind.
Unless I starve to death first.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voice's pleas fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
Yay! Good ending. You did it. You saved everyone. That concludes our first playthrough of Slay the Princess. Thank you for being here. It took us 26 minutes and 15 seconds. I think that's the fastest we've ever finished a game before. I think we did pretty well, you know? It was kind of difficult clicking those things, clicking it just right to make sure that we do the job. Just a few buttons, and we did it. You know, no, we don't feel guilty. We don't have any regrets. There's no time for regrets. The world was gonna end if we didn't slay the princess. We slayed the princess. Good job to us. Ending to a dirty dojin. Now I'm thinking, in my head, I just had flashes of the original Evangelion ending. Everyone's clapping for Shinji. It's like, you slay the princess. Congratulations. Congratulations. GG. So, initial impressions of the game. Are they gonna jump scare us at this point? No, I don't think so. Who knows? Maybe they'll make a statue in our honor. Everyone will know of our name, the hero that saved the kingdom. No, look at the cat in a little exololo. Your song, The Princess, The World Ender, Eternal Bliss. Yay, you did it. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Huh? Okay. Screenshot. So this is our first song, I'm assuming. So simply, yeah, just walk in, slay the princess. So the princess, the world ender, eternal bliss. Yay, you did it. Explore, join the Discord, mailing list, subreddit. Follow us somewhere else. Make your playlist. What's make your playlist? Spotify? Oh. Interesting. So it says here you can make your playlist. And it says our song. Our song is supposed to be The Princess, The World Ender, and Eternal Bliss. The World Ender and Eternal Bliss. Where's Eternal Bliss? Weird. Okay, it's like this is our first song. And then the World Ender. I guess these are the songs that played during our first playthrough. And Eternal Bliss is somewhere. Or Eternal Bliss is the ending we got. But as you can see, there are a lot of tracks, so obviously the game's not over. But I just really was curious about how they're going to treat the... Just follow the voice, just follow the narrator. Really great music. Really great music. Alright, return to the main menu. So I guess this is gonna be our second playthrough, technically. Okay. New game. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess. Second playthrough.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I remember we played the demo, we asked a lot of questions, and then once we returned to the beginning, we had even more options. But this is... We definitively ended the game. And all the princess was like, oh shit, I'm dead. And that's it. GG. Alright. So let's just say, like, oh, it's new. It's a new hero, whatever that is. Let's do the other extreme where, you know, we're not just following orders, doing the right thing. We are ecstatic. We are excited to pull this off. Sweet. I've always wanted to offer Monarch. Viva la revolution.
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat.
If you click skip, it'll skip all the things we've seen, right?
In her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We're not going to go through with this, right?
She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses.
I'm worried
like
we'll skip everything or something.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale.
I like listening to the narration,
the floor
though.
and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Yeah, I'd like this guy to GM me. That would be fun.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Pick the blade, of course.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, I think I'm here to kill you?
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yep, it wasn't a joke.
I know. You brought a knife with you and everything. But you don't have to try and kill me. You could always toss that scrap of metal to the ground and give the two of us a chance to talk things out.
She makes a compelling point. What if we didn't kill her? What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Silence, voice. Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
But what if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us?
You go into this expecting to die, you're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
No, I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Squint at the princess while holding onto the blade.
You stare at the princess, squinting. She squints back.
The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you?
Slay the princess.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle. She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
We shouldn't have hesitated.
Damn it!
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good
Ow.
measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down.
Ow, ow, ow!
As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity.
Are there some players that like this?
You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs.
Can you just narrate something differently?
This is the end, isn't it?
I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Tower.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So you have to die to get to the next chapter. Like if we were just like, slay the princess, and they're like, I'm good. GG. And it ends. So like to kind of progress, to see more, I guess you gotta die. Or talk to her.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, this is where it really starts to get interesting. Wait, hasn't this already happened?
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I.
Oh my god, he's so manipulative.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't trust him.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to stop her. She's just going to kill us again.
We got a new voice, Voice of the Broken.
She is not going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
What the? Anon, thank you for the gift sub. Is the enjoy your ad-free viewing, cat-free, and cat emotes. I hope to give you all better value for your subscriptions as we continue to grow. Thank you so much for your support. We're just trying to slay the princess again. But we won already. We won. Okay, let's assume I'm telling the truth. And all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving.
I don't know, I just got reminded of Gale for some reason.
Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. Of course we died. We couldn't land a single blow on her, and she broke every bone in our body before she decided to let us die.
This actually is starting to remind me of Bluebeard's Bride, where you play the different voices in the bride's head. Each, like, it's a tabletop RPG, and dealing with some very heavy themes, very emotional. One of the more emotional role-playing games. Very narrative heavy. Less crunch, definitely barely any. And each player does play like a voice. So that's reminding me of that.
What were we supposed to do to stop her then? What are we supposed to do to stop her now? It's pointless. She's just a princess. Slaying her shouldn't have been difficult, but congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess killed us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
Well, I don't know, universe ended, now we're in a new one.
Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
They could have sent another hero.
If she ended the entire world, why should we even bother? We might as well just walk up to that cabin, break her chains and let her do whatever she wants.
It's all the same in the end.
Just because she's capable of ending the world doesn't mean you're not capable of slaying her. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So chin up. I believe in you.
Thanks, narrator. Oh, okay, fine. Well, while we're talking, let's talk about the princess. How about that?
Just be quick about it.
Well, all she did last time around was beat me to death. How can someone like that end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
We're not. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending that we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us.
Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge?
I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic.
You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included.
Well, who locked her in that basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
Well, why didn't they just kill her then? Oh, there. Yeah, precisely. See, like that's why I like the writers of this Slay the Princess and Scarlet Hollow. Usually, there are enough options to satisfy the usual things that people might consider. Like, if people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Based on our first ending, it's because we get trapped.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Nope, don't buy it.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Who cares if you think we're special? As far as I can tell, the only thing special about us is that we get to experience painfully dying all over again.
You're being awfully cagey, narrator. What aren't you telling us?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. The less you know about her, the better.
Alright, well, she killed me the last time around. How can I make sure that doesn't happen again?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
Okay. That's all.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
I feel special. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Lying? Cheating? Why would she even bother? She didn't need to do anything like that last time.
She caught us off guard last time. We'll be fine. Let's just keep our wits about us. At least one of you still has a shred of sense. Just make sure you listen to him and not that whiner.
Proceed into the cabin.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
Ah, cheer up, Broken. This'll all be over soon.
The interior of the cabin
Whoa,
is
what
larger and
the
more grandiose than
fudge?
its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small?
This is definitely not the cabin from last time.
We don't feel small. We are small.
Oh, there, Broken. Well, this whole cabin is different than the last time.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Okay, but you didn't say anything about that mirror on the wall. You missed a detail.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse.
For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal.
Probably.
Probably? Do you not know what we look like?
He knows. He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
Well, I care about whether I'm being lied to. There is a mirror!
As do I. And yeah, there is. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Approach the mirror. Let's show him.
Walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
We should count ourselves lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
This narrator has powers. Fine, there is no mirror. I was wrong. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement. Dark Souls pool.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease.
This is actually kind of nice.
Don't fall for it, Broken.
It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time.
Oh no.
We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Don't be dominated, Broken.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Continue down the stairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond.
It's really uncharted territory. Like, the demo put us back in the cabin again, and there were other changes, but wow, what is this? What's going on?
The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
Oh my.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity.
Again?
Drop it.
No! Tighten your grip!
As if on command, the blade slips from your grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor.
What trickery is this? I clicked the right thing, right? I clicked tighten the grip. Okay.
But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip
Yeah,
it
there we
tighter,
go.
remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade.
Wait, I didn't want to drop the blade.
Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
Hush, Broken.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Exactly. Not like that. Not like this.
Kneel.
No.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed.
I killed you in one timeline.
What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met? I suppose that lends credence to our conversation in the woods. Still, whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
Remain silent.
Do you think holding shut your beak is enough to stop me from prying it open? Do you think your skull can save your thoughts from being seen? You're less broken than I thought. Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
What? What? I hate needles.
Do it. It's what she wants. No objections here. Don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade.
Oh, she meant the blade.
As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
Ha! Just Monica. Just Monica. Just Monica. Pick up the blade.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand!
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad.
Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway.
No, hero, don't fall for it. I hate you so much, all of you. Stop making me do things. I'm going to kneel here forever, Stan.
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To define me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
Really?
What?
What?
You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
Not in the way you want, narrator. End this.
Oh, we'll end this all right.
Broken, no!
Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Narrator! It's all your fault! Slay the princess, damn it!
Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson. Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry.
Broken, no!
Don't! As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility. Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Those are just words. You don't have to listen to her.
We don't.
It's what she wants.
No, Broken, shut up.
You, heroic one, what are you doing?
Yeah!
Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you. I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. The blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird, thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
No, never! Slay the princess!
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement. You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand.
Yeah, narrate something. Give us power.
My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
Ha!
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Stop.
Huh.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet. your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat. The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before.
Different how?
Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death. There's a place at my side for you, if you'll have it. Not as an equal, but as something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Well, that's the meaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her. It's a mercy. Take it. I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this.
Yep.
At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
Slay the princess!
No! Yes, though your body trembles, struggling to defend itself in the face of the princess's overwhelming will, you finally manage to break through, darting to her side before she can react. The wind of your freedom rushes through you, and you channel it into a decisive blow, stabbing into the soft flesh of her ankle and severing the tendons in an act of unyielding defiance.
Freedom!
She falls to the floor, crashing unceremoniously to her knees. But you don't give her any time to recover. Your heart pounding with determination, you plunge your blade into her chest.
Again!
As you find your target again and again, she laughs, crude emotion breaking through her once stony composure as your blade cuts her flesh. We can do this, can't we?
Again!
Always
As
could.
many times as it
The
takes!
decision to give you this task was not made lightly. You're here for a reason.
Stab, stab, stab.
It's not too late to pick up the pieces. It's not too late to toss that blade aside and beg for forgiveness.
Silence broken!
Shut up.
I can't believe you would actually strike me. You
heathen! You worm! You defiler! You don't know the consequences of your arrogance!
Oh, I know the consequences. Your death! Your demise!
Before you can strike the
Ow!
final blow, the princess lashes out, knocking you off your feet. There's an unsettling wet pop as your spine breaks, numbness and pain spreading through your body. As you rebound towards the ceiling in a moment of disorientated lightness, she drives her fist into your chest. Your body is crushed as she pulverizes you into
shit.
the floor, the ground itself breaking from the impact.
Damn.
You lie there, broken, beyond pain, unable to even see what she's done to you. But the princess is succumbing to her own wounds as well. She looks down upon her body in abject horror and disgust.
Did we do it?
You made me use my hands. I can feel myself twisting into something new, something dull, something defiled. What have you done to me?
You're monsters and conspirators. I can't bear to watch this.
Then don't watch, Broken, and shut up.
The princess has been nothing but cruel to you. You should feel liberated by her fall.
But I don't feel liberated. I feel empty.
He wants to be dominated.
Aside from the pain, I feel fine.
Oh, good for you, hero.
She collapses to the floor.
God killer
Her
achievement.
glassy eyes watch, unblinking, yet somehow still full of anguish and fear, as the two of you perish together.
We did it.
I
We did
suppose
it.
we were never gonna get a happy ending here, were we?
It's all right.
Don't let those be your final thoughts. You saved the world. That's worth something. I guess. Regardless of how you feel about it, it's finally over. thank you. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh, chapter 3, The Fury. No credits even. Oh shit. Voice of the broken,
On a
moaning and
path in
sobbing.
the woods, and at the end of the path... Okay, what the hell is that?
Do you remember now, narrator? Continued sobbing of the broken.
I think he's upset. And what's he got to be upset about? We just killed a god!
Voice of the stubborn now.
Exactly. You heathens destroyed the most beautiful thing that ever was and ever will be.
Oh, don't listen to him.
You're damn right we did. You'll get over it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say I have much sympathy for you. She was bad for us and you almost got us killed. You're being too generous. He did get us killed. Alright, enough chatter. Got a thing I'm supposed to do, and if you don't mind, I'd like to do it without any more interruptions. Okay, great, you're listening. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a... If your thing is telling us about the princess, don't waste your breath. We know all about her. It's hardly a path in the woods at this point, is it? This is just great. Let me cut to the chase. Clearly you've already been here. Yeah, you think?
Actually, I don't think we have been here.
Yeah, I don't recognize these at all.
This is all different, isn't it?
Yes, precisely. And if you'd given me 2 seconds to finish my thought, I would have said that.
Let him speak.
Oh, you're actually letting me talk now. Great. If you've already been here, it means you've seen things you aren't supposed to have seen, and you know things that you aren't supposed to know. This doesn't look like a path in the woods. If reality seems distorted, it's because reality is distorted. So you knew this could happen. You knew we'd be able to restart like this. I know all sorts of things, which is why you should listen to me. That's not really an answer. Look, if the world around you is changing, especially all the way out here, then that means you're nearing the point of no return. Whatever happens next, that's it. There won't be any more do-overs. So you'd better take things seriously. Don't worry. We only need this one last go at things.
One last go at things.
You'd better hope that's true. And don't let that inflated ego get in the way of doing your job.
If there's still a princess at the cabin, maybe we can salvage things. Maybe if we just grovel and apologize, things can go back to how they were before.
It's not gonna happen, Broken.
Oh, cut it out, will you? We need to be tough right now. You're making it so much harder than it has to be, so stop whining.
I have some questions for you, though, narrator. Turn around and leave. You said yourself that you know more than you're letting on. If you want me to go to the cabin, then you'd better tell us everything.
I can't. Anything I say at this point is far more likely to accelerate the unraveling of this place than it is to actually help you do your job. In fact, I probably shouldn't have even said that. I trust that if you've been here before, it means you know how dangerous she is, and that you know I'm not lying to you about her. Really? That's it? That's all we're getting out of here?
He just wants to keep things going the way they are. But we've been given a second chance to do right by her. She can build something better than this. She can build something better than us. We just have to let her do it.
I get it. You're conflicted. You've been through a lot, but I really have to be firm here. I will tell you one thing. which is that even now you are capable of stopping her and saving the world from ruin. You always have been, and you always will be. Do with that what you will.
Well, we already killed her. Twice. Feels like I'm being pulled in 100 different directions. You'd better all listen to me when the time comes to make a choice.
So what if I'm speaking my mind? It's not like I've ever really got a say in things.
You tried to have us killed.
What a crock of shit. Yeah, you stabbed us last time. Repeatedly.
It didn't even work. It doesn't count.
We died. If you didn't submit to her, for all we know, that wouldn't have happened.
It's the punishment you all deserved for not listening to me.
Aside from our sulking friend, I don't think you have much to worry about. You're still the one in charge here, and I don't think that's ever going to change. The second he tries something, I'll put a stop to it.
Well, no matter what happens next, it seems like our answers are at the cabin. We might as well see this through. Ugh.
Good, we're all on the same page. It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the path, staring up at the cabin on the hill. You'll find the princess within, as I'm sure you already know. End her. That's it? No final words of advice? I'd rather not waste any more time. I'm sure that any advice I'd give at this point is something you've already heard. That's fine by me. Let's get moving. I'm itching for a rematch.
Hell yeah. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is a place that feels long forgotten. There was once an elegance to its construction, carved marble columns holding a high-arched roof, vaulted windows letting in the weak starlight. But that is how it was. Now there is a growth that has overtaken it. A viscous fluid seeps from cracks in the stone walls, and it congeals into chaotic streaks of writhing nerves and wet clumps of living wheat.
Yum.
That's horrible. You did this. The only furniture of note is a pulsating pedestal, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You didn't mention the mirror the last time either. Why?
A mirror? There is no mirror. We've done this already. Try to keep up. The repetition is maddening. I don't know what to tell you. There isn't a mirror because I would know if there was a mirror. You're either seeing things or you're confused on the definitions of door and mirror. Or you're seeing things. That seems far more likely.
I wonder if the narrator really can't see it.
What are you trying to say exactly?
He thinks with us that we're succumbing to madness, that something in us is broken.
That's an unnecessarily melodramatic way to describe a hallucination, but sure. I'm not going to waste time arguing with any of you. It went away after we touched it last time. Let's just do it again.
Oh, right. Alright. What? We take the blade first.
You take the blade from the pedestal.
Stab.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Nothing feels better than gripping cold steel.
Approach the mirror.
You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it. As if you don't see it. You really don't, do you? How strange.
Okay, he really doesn't see the mirror.
It really is just like last time. Are we really hallucinating? Why here? Why now?
Smash it to pieces. It's the only thing keeping us from her.
What is that, Broken? You gotta speak up. The music's pretty intense.
Don't you want to know what we're seeing there? We won't be able to see anything if we smash it. it. Let's get violent.
Do whatever you want with it. The mirror isn't real, so how you handle it doesn't matter, aside from wasting dangerous amounts of time.
Well, we wiped it clean the last time and it vanished, so let's wipe the mirror clean again. I'd rather not get glass cuts.
You reach forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if
There
on
we
command,
go.
it slowly slides open, scraping against the stone floor, its ancient hinges moaning as it reveals the dim path ahead.
Why am I not surprised?
You step forward into the darkness. The stairs leading down to the basement are at once both narrow and grandiose. The high-vaulted ceiling stretches up into a gloom beyond your sight, while walls wet with tumorous growths press in uncomfortably at your sides. You feel both unprotected and trapped, at once exposed and claustrophobic. The air is thick, its odour an oppressive violence, the metallic scent of fresh blood twisting with the nauseating embers of charred remains.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
Her voice, a bellowing rage, roars up the stairs.
Was severing the tendons of my ascension not enough for you? Was it not enough to rend my divine heart? Come, see the horrors you've wrought upon my flesh, and feel my hands set upon your throat.
She's so angry with us. Why? Why did you desecrate her? Why couldn't I stop you?
You've got to stop thinking about her like that. It isn't doing anyone any good. She's not some untouchable god. She's an abomination. And we're going to put an end to her once and for all.
Yeah, listen to the stubborn.
Whatever she is now is our fault. If she's an abomination, then what does that make us?
The hero of the story.
It doesn't matter what we are. She needs slaying. And we've got the means to do it, so let's get a move on. If I might interject, you didn't make her into an abomination. She's always been what she is. It's why you're here. And it's why your task is so important.
Continue down the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. The chamber's walls are painted in blood, a deep, sickening red that drips down in clotted streams onto the charred corpses that make up its floor. This place reeks of torment, of ripped skin and burning bone. The princess stands in its centre, muscles flayed and bare and weeping, draped in a tattered dress of her own skin. Her heart beats from its place in her open chest.
Do you know what I'm going to do to you?
I don't know, send me to hell.
There's not so much a moment of hesitation before she steps forward. Her chains pull taut, holding fast as she strains against them. The cuff around her wrist digs deeper into her skin. Blood drips from the place where metal meets flesh.
Like a tiefling.
And then, with a nauseating sound, the skin tears. It plops to the ground, and she pulls her red, glistening arm free from her bindings.
Stab! Stab!
She is loose, and she is coming for you.
Let her end it. It's the punishment you all deserve for what you did to her. It's the punishment I deserve for letting it happen.
Screw that. We can win. We've done it before, and we'll do it again. This time we'll make it out the other side. Hell, she's practically done most of the work for us.
Some voices need to be adjusted to be louder. I'm going to end you! Slay the princess!
You'll try. And that's what I've been so excited for. Let's hurt each other.
Your heart free of fear,
You charge towards the princess, your eyes locked on each other, both of you prepared to lay down your very essence in one blow. It's now or never. Let's make it a beautiful blaze of glory.
It's not mixed properly, the voices. Stab her in the heart!
Horrifying squelch. You are unwound.
Just like that. Well, damn, we didn't even get a stab in.
I hope you weren't planning on dying. We're going to make this last forever.
Well, that gives me a chance, stabby.
Huh. I feel cold. I've never felt cold before.
Huh? Huh? Is this part of the Scarlet Hall universe? What's going on? Oh, no one's talking. True to her word, you do not die by her hand. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
The narrator is gone.
He is. Does that mean the world ended? The world didn't end. We're still here. Come on. We just need to keep going.
Alright, stubborn. Alright, hero. Broken, are you there?
Figures the world would end and leave us with all of this.
Oh, you're here. Okay, good. We're all here. I think I'm supposed to look at that mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess. I don't want to look at us.
Well, I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her aside from the mirror.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
Right?
It's like it's mocking us. I feel anxious. Does anyone else feel anxious?
Well, let's approach the mirror then.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
We don't have a choice, hero. And besides, the mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. The body, it's you. Achievement. It's you. You don't look so bad. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. Oh. You are at the cabin. Broacher.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Oh, a lot of options here. They said this wasn't good. This is what's funny in the description. They say cosmic horror? No, it's not cosmic horror. It's just a bunch of hands. Ooh, this music. This. Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what trapped me here?
just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
What happens now? What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Do we want to be edgy? No. I'm a person. But solitary lights, what do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
Oh no, it's evil AI. I'm a person.
A person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
This is some pretty badass imagery as well. I can imagine this in a, as a still painting, a portrait hung up in a haunted house. It'd be so disturbing. There's some kind of it almost feels divine in a messed up way. A crown of nails, puppeted by all these hands, the revealed heart and everything. It's so twisted. It's so awesome. It gives me a feeling that some divine imagery, it's a similar feeling as some of the divine imagery that I've seen. Like, it's just this quiet undercurrent of unease. Like, there's just something there, something not right with it. Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
You mentioned the gift of the fragile vessel, guessing it is the princess?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is desecration. She placed the weight of her agony on you, yet it is she who unwound herself. But there is passion and empathy in her misery. She will make for a burning heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found peace.
Da-da. It almost became the Baldur's Gate 3 theme. What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
They're telling us to get all the achievements and all the endings, basically. They want a platinum trophy. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you? We did our job. We slayed the princess. Now what?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Not all, but some. Yeah, for sure. No rest for the hero. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Great. How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
And that doesn't sound good. What if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Just Monica. Just Monica. Well, I'm not going back, not yet. I'll wait here for a bit. I don't want to forget, not right now. Let me take it all in.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
We're not gonna wait forever, we're just gonna take our time. Interesting. But yeah, this imagery is super awesome. It's so messed up. This music is also like, this is a divine being. Down, down, down by the darkness. Okay, I'm ready. Make me forget. We did our job. And I'd rather not stay in the darkness forever, whatever you are. We did our job, we did our duty. It is done. I'm ready. Make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Oh.
You won't.
Jump scare. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess. An unwound vessel. Bring the fury to her. Fury with a
You're
capital
on a
F.
path in the woods.
The real Slay the Princess
And at the
starts
end of
here.
that path
You'll know it
is
when
a
you see it.
cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay, so how are we supposed to roleplay this? As if I don't remember anything. Okay.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright, we don't remember anything, so... Let's play the demo version of us. I think it feels... We already did like an extreme... like we just... Stay quiet, follow order, stab, end of the end. And then we also did I'm gonna enjoy this. But then we hesitated. And then now, let's be the skeptic. Let's just explore as much as we can. Let's do that option. The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Well, how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
That's not a compelling argument, narrator. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Actually, I like that we're not being like we weren't skeptical in the beginning. Like, this is what we did in the demo. We asked everything, but I kind of like how in the beginning we just followed it, stab, and then end. And then, okay, we're back. And we hesitated a bit, and then shit hit the fan, and then now we restart again, but then now it's like, all this questioning now, the things the narrator says, knowing what we know, there's a bit more to it.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Damn, narrator. Can't someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Let's try this path. Forget it, I'm not doing it. It's like you ask a lot of questions. Why? And then, like, can you just do it or not? No. That'd be the most frustrating thing for the narrator. Let's ask everything. Do I get some sort of reward for this? Hey, Fisher, welcome in. We killed the prince. We killed the princess once already. Like, just killed her straight up. No questions asked. Then we hesitated, killed her, starting chapter 2 and chapter 3. And then we killed her as a god. The giant goddess, whatever, before she ascended. So 3? I think 3 times. And then we saw the Fury. We led the Fury to her. And the Fury, the many hands, made us forget. So we're here now, having forgotten. And I'm asking these questions now for the first time. Well, I asked them in the demo, but now I'm asking them here. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Can you tell me what my price is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Forget it. I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
No, I'm not going to do it. Get someone else. Turn around and leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Somewhere away from the cabin. Nope. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
You beat the full thing one time so far. I'm not even sure how or if I'll be able to tell a definitive conclusion.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
Oh, hero is the hero.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to
Damn it, narrator!
How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
GM, stop railroading us! Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Well, joke's on you, GM. I want to do side quests. You're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that.
That'll just be annoying.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're in the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
I can also imagine the narrator as Gale. I actually haven't played Stanley Parable. There's like a deluxe version, right? Oh, yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
The narrator's pulling out all the stops.
In every direction,
No!
there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Wait, what's going on?
You would replay a lot. Stanley Parable. I hear great things about it. I mean, they made a deluxe version for a reason. Perhaps I'll get into it at some point. There's so many games to play. It's so awesome, and I just love being able to share it with you guys.
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Rocks fall, your party dies. GG. Wait, what? Chapter 2, The Stranger.
You're on a path in the woods.
Oh, it's
and
different.
at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So many different options now. If I can't run away from the cabin, then I'm just staying here in the woods forever. Stay in the woods forever. That's how petty we can be, just to annoy the narrator. Those wolves weren't here last time. You can't just force me to go to the cabin.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's
Contrarian.
an active audience.
So, we kind of get the voice of how we were last time. So we were, I don't know, broken, heroic, stubborn, and now contrarian.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day.
Hell yeah.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off.
The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky.
The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
You also went down this path. I'm interested to know, like, when exactly, like, or I'm pretty like we can go down different paths. We'll probably experience similar stories, but like to get to the whatever the main ending is, I'm really curious. Like after I finish the game, I'll probably like have a look at the behind the scenes again, like pulling back the curtain, the illusion of choice and the like with Scarlet Hollow. There's so many. at least Scarlet Hollow feels that there are even more permutations to the paths that you can take in the story. Like the journeys can be so different. But here right now, I actually wonder, it feels like a more contained experience, but also I feel like we're literally being railroaded by the narrator, but I still feel like our choices matter. It still feels like I have agency, and that's been a great thing with this team so far. Like the illusion of choice, or whether it's an illusion or not, I feel that we're actually making decisions. The game's not making decisions for us unless they actually spell it out, like narrator putting up freaking walls. Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time.
Stop gaslighting us.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Oh, he repeated himself.
I don't know. I think it's
They're
more
repeating
fun if he knows
themselves.
what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining
The world really did end last time, didn't it?
the world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to.
I feel like I want to be so petty. But no. Stay in the woods forever. Yep, okay. Heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely going to slay that princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you.
Because he's a lie.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat,
She will
and
cheat.
do
Everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Okay.
Don't believe a word she says.
Never did.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Oh, now stop being the contrarian now. No, maybe let's keep annoying the narrator.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it.
Let's keep an open mind.
Proceed into the cabin.
The cabin interior
Huh.
is wrong.
Ah.
A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
They really went hard on that simple and straightforward premise, huh?
You can't just say that, but when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world.
Simple.
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh ho ho ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours.
Get
if you
good.
don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
Uh-huh.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall again?
We should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
Exactly. Why would you lie about that? What's the point?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself.
Let's see what the
instead of
contrarian
doing
says
what
about
needs
this.
to be done.
Oh, it's the same. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward
Again.
and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
I want to try to smash it next time.
But it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, a kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
You love saying that, don't you?
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall.
Uh-huh.
No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success? There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Take the center staircase.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else.
That's ominous.
And so you take one careful, focused step after another. 1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways.
But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much.
Nice. What?
You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go.
Ah.
Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
Oh shit, it's the Evangelion ending.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
We become part of the LCL. What's the fluid thing there? Forget. Turn into orange juice.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
Ah. What is he saying? Consumption and betrayal. Skepticism and blind devotion. Rivalry and submission. Terror and longing. Pain and familiarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion can only be described as... her.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
Getting down here was weird. Like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me? Actually, first... I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was here.
And yet here you are. How strange. Do you remember anything at all? Do you know why you're here? Do you know me?
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so blank. I have no idea who she is. Isn't that fun? A new puzzle for us to take apart. If she's keeping her cards close to her chest, it's because she wants to deceive you.
It's okay. Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time?
Oh.
Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Yeah. What's your name?
Princess.
Oh.
You can call me Princess if you'd like.
I mean, I guess that is a name. Princess, so... Getting down here was weird. Like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me?
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
This voice actor's familiar.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
There's more of you now.
There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago. I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger.
It's slightly different. Oh, that one's speaking.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She fractures again.
I don't like where this is going.
Neither do I, which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? We could always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it. Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers? Can't even follow what's going on anymore. We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here?
Is this a quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it. Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Well, slaying didn't work the last time. Oh, we literally cannot choose an option. The Contrarian's making us choose all of it. I wanted to select I'm getting you out of here, try and free her. I don't know what you... Okay, I guess we're gonna do everything. I'm getting you out of here, try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything here. Leave her in the basement. Retrieve the blade. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
We broke the narrator!
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess.
But this... We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone.
Well, the Fury wanted perspectives.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit.
What the hell?
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We can fix her.
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
The new DLC for Crusader Kings 3. Persia and its architectures and culture and people. Ooh, Persia, so new culture. That's surprising. I didn't really play... Well, I played Crusader Kings 3 a lot, but not like all the eras. Like which era of... which year? Like I'm surprised the Persian Empire wasn't... Was it in the launch? Or was that beyond the scope of the original launch? So they're going back. One thing's for sure, there will be more DLC for Crusader Kings. Very inspirational for storytelling, that game. I don't think you're supposed to be fixed. No. You just destroyed everything. I'm not going to fix you. I'll do my best. Oh, it's the thing again. The Fury. Illusion of choice. When everything is possible, nothing is. That's what the achievement said. When everything is possible, nothing is. Illusion of choice. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Not just fleshed out. I see. And now, because there's DLC which has throne rooms and so many more events, so I think now they're gonna start fleshing out more cultures. That's cool.
Oh, there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
We remember now. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before. And you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. You're not messing with us, right?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. The bloat. You've grown. Oh. You've grown. Oh no. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
This music makes it feel like a Dark Souls game. Swap focus DLCs, one for a different culture, one to add events. Right, so like different levels of adding to the culture. That's pretty cool. The river. I'm more than I was before.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
So many questions. This is what I like about this team. Like, usually there are so many options. Like, in different shades of the same idea as well, which is very important. Like, look at this. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you. And you have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why? Are you the same beings you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
Oh my god, this is just a twisted version of Princess Maker. Literally Princess Maker.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now.
That's convenient.
Inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
It prevents this game from like going on forever. Like, oops, I chose the same ending again. So that's quality of life there. So there is like a definitive direction. It's not like, oh, you repeat the same ending 10 times by mistake. You're actually moving closer and closer to creating this princess. Which is starting to feel bad now. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths unwalked. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
What do you feel about me? These vessels I've been bringing you. I've hurt them.
There is a hurt that dwells in them, but they are not me. They are thoughts and perspectives. They are feelings that inform my being. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I cannot be as I was before. There are new spaces that I must fill.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. Do not worry. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
So you don't have any preference as in how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have given me enough to build a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. I will transcend in due time, and there is no way forward but to contribute to my awakening.
Not yet at this point, but already starting to feel the pangs of conscience and the... How many more princesses are you gonna give this thing? I'm ready to go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
The mirror shatters. Everything goes dark. And you die. A spiral vessel. We brought the stranger to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So I like the fact that you know you're going to get something new each run. It's not like a roguelite where you just keep hitting your head against the wall at some point until you make eventual progress.
You're here to slay her. If you don't,
it will be the end of the world.
So we're not supposed to remember anything, right? Oh, no. I think they clarified. We remember, but not the voices. So player remembers. Because we are an entity here. The voices are the ones that forget. Or, wait, okay, no. If we're gonna, like, not break the fourth wall and stay within this universe, so these choices imply that we always forget. Yeah, we only remember when we go back to her. So let's just kind of roleplay that, but of course kind of like meta adjust a bit. Ask things we haven't asked before. Keep the story moving. And as Fisher mentioned, when we get new voices, they also chime in for the same options. So we'll just go with the roleplay again. The end of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her.
She's not dangerous. She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out. Which she will, unless you do something about it.
Okay, what happens if she gets out then? I want specifics.
The more specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her, because listening to her is in their nature. And when they do, everything will come crashing down.
And the narrator already showed that he's anti-monarchist. So he doesn't have a very positive view of there. Like, she's a princess. People will listen to a princess because they listen to her and is in nature. You know, listening to her is in their nature. And when they listen to a terrible monarch, things go wrong. You know, not everything is a happy ending. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her. And if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Oh, he doesn't even give us a warning anymore. Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Let's take the blade this time.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
What's the voice this time?
Who's there?
Same.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as
Same
if
as the
she's the
first
one in
time.
charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue down the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
What? No way. Why would you even think that while brandishing a knife? I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
At least the knife will be in the within reach. Yeah, it's within reaching distance. Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Better than it being up the stairs.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Narrator's annoyed.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Persuasion check. Get a critical success. DC 99.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
I know what I've been told. Whether or not I believe it is an entirely different matter.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking.
Okay, then we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Keep her locked away? Oh, that's sad. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. Let's just play this overly pragmatic and cautious, or let's try a different route with this character. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. Keep her locked away.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I made my choice. I'm locking her in the basement.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
No, we're sticking to the plan and locking her down here. If she wanted to get out, she could get out, she'd have gotten out already.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way.
Ha!
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade.
Okay, we can make this work.
You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
Oh shit.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold you very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
No, I actually don't.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Okay, let's make our judgment for this playthrough. So all of that was just an act, wasn't it? You're not really innocent or harmless. You're not even a princess. You're a monster.
I can be innocent and harmless if I want to be. To infusing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
Fair.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
Oh my god.
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in.
Oh no, it's like a banshee
First your
paralysis.
toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Whose side are you on?
Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
I guess that's what I'll do for the next.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It
Does she not
can't be.
remember?
This can't actually be how everything ends.
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Okay, we continue. Chapter 2.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Which new voice do we
If
get
you
now?
don't, it will be the end of the world.
Did we already ask this? I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Shh! What if he hears us?
Paranoid.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit!
I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Oh, this is new. This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally had just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Thank you for the lurk, Fisher. Got a strong headache, really tired. Get all the rest you need, Fisher. Take care. Thank you for dropping by and hanging out. Get well soon. Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat,
There's the warning.
and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
Oh, you remember.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless.
Face.
The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade
Faces.
stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
It's just an empty frame.
She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Take the blade first.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Good. Steel can't lie to us.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
This whole cabin is different than I remember it being.
Very different.
I'm not the only one who sees her in the window, right? She knows that we're here.
Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
You didn't say anything again about the mirror on the wall.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there.
What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
Already picked up the
There's
blade.
definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it.
Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Which is what's been happening. I want to look at myself. I want to look at how handsome I am.
We shouldn't waste time preening. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be important.
Must be, might be.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do? Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong with us. No, there isn't something horribly wrong with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second-guessing my every word.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Oh, we still can't smash it? Wipe the mirror clean again.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
No choice but to enter the basement. No one sees... Oh no, but the paranoid sees them outside.
You cross over the threshold and
shit.
onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness.
More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes.
Yep.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
There it is again.
Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
I need to check. Nicole, good night. Nicole Goodnight, actor, actress, known for Leviathan Chronicles, Shadow and Smoke, and SCP Archives. Podcast series, Amber Jimenez, The Byron Chronicles and Leviathan Chronicles, the No Nap Podcast, SCP Archives, Dr. Anders, Weary Woman. So a bunch of podcasts, TV series, the voice in the TV series, and Slay the Princess.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
Step off into the void between the stairs. How hard is it to throw a knife?
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place. It'll be enough.
We've always been trying to kill her, so I'm going to talk to her.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good. Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Yep. Do nothing. I'm gonna use the bathroom. BRB. Left or right? Left.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb.
Again?
Your arms quickly follow.
This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think! Think!
I don't know, Paranoid. Think this is it?
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
Ha!
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
We're dying more quickly now.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs,
Just repeating it over.
nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs,
Does he actually stop?
nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open.
What are you doing?
I'm working! Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more?
Go, Paranoid!
You have seconds left.
Yes, I'm sure.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. 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 Heart, lungs.
We don't have to be enemies. We can work together. We can be friends, even.
Would you look at that? You're suggesting exactly what I want. Somebody's ahead of the curve. I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
Okay, so something. Of course, like you need more than just a regular cabin. So something's preventing her from moving through the threshold.
I don't think I can move without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver,
Fine, you win. I'll let you leave. Leave together. No. Well, if you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organ shutting down situation?
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
So toxic. And if I let you out, what then? Do we go our separate ways?
Definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
This whole organ shutting down thing isn't working. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. Slay the princess!
Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart.
We did it. We actually did it.
I can't have paranoid keeping us alive while she's around. I had to do this.
You actually went for it! Oh, you're going to regret this! I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now!
Can she?
Can she?
We've already seen how she can change heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
You're not getting those stares back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
She falls to the ground, unmoving.
Stuck in a dream without a stare to be seen.
Nerves, heart, lung. Oh. I can stop now, can't I?
Well,
I can. Finally.
And now that she's gone, you can let us out of here. Right?
But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for us.
It means that you're stuck here. Forever. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, I hate this.
Time passes.
Forever's gonna end. Eventually, right? No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end.
I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though, does it?
What do you mean?
We still have a way out, clutched in our hands.
Are you suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before.
yeah.
That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die? Because right now, you don't want us to do that.
You're right. I don't.
But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care?
Huh.
I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life.
Exactly. I don't have to answer that.
We already know, well, previous us knows that we don't die of starvation or dehydration. Are you stuck here with us, or are you capable of going other places?
I'm stuck here with you. I wish I weren't. Feelings mutual. At least we're all being honest.
I get it. You don't want us to die because you'd be lonely. How sweet.
Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely.
Oh, sure you are. Give it some time without us and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely.
But am I not a creature of biology? Won't I starve or die of dehydration before forever happens?
That's a grim thought, innit?
But I suppose you're right. You are a creature of biology. Something will happen to you before forever comes along. We don't have to starve to death. You have our way out. Use it.
It's not like it matters if I die. I'll just come back again.
Again? That's unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once. I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you?
Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though.
Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us? Plenty, but it's all in your best interest. And the world's, and mine.
She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone?
It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time?
How many worlds have we saved then?
I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
Can you tell me your secrets now?
No.
How about now? Is it secret time? Is it secret time?
Still no.
I'm going to wear you down eventually. You might as well spill those sweet, sweet secrets now. Then we'll have something else to talk about.
You're not going to wear me down. Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it.
This is so grim though, standing over a dead body.
I'm not. Either way, at least needling him is something to do.
Well, I've got the best company I could ask for, you guys. What more do I need?
Oh, you could do a lot better than us.
Exactly. You'll be fine here. Just come up with a game or something to pass the time.
So, secret?
The narrator ignores you. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us.
I can.
Secret?
The narrator continues to ignore you.
We can't choose that anymore. Alright, you're not gonna give us any secrets. You don't want us offing ourselves because it's gonna... We're gonna go to another world then, if that's what you're implying. Take the blade from her body.
You remove the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning on doing with it?
Say yourself!
I don't like this, but I suppose there's not much I can do to stop you, is there?
I'm gonna go to another world. I don't know if I'll remember. And we'll start things anew.
You raise the blade to your neck and slit your carotid artery.
Ugh.
Here we go.
Oops.
You'd better get this right next time, do you hear me? Don't blow it. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Wraith, Chapter 3.
You're on a path.
Okay, this
in
is
the
like
woods.
Scarlet Hollow.
Shit. This really doesn't end, does it? It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us, it just goes on and on and on and on and on.
Mm-hmm. Seems that way.
Yes, so it does.
Voice of the Cold.
No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be. What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave? Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat she poses to the world.
Only because we keep being mean to her.
Then let me remind you how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way. If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it, yourself included. Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice. All death has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again and again.
Mm-hmm.
This place feels a bit different though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but it's definitely not the same path in the woods anymore. That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading, and the world has already started to end.
Ah, okay.
Her influence? I really should have said that.
Yeah.
It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job, alright? Great. Let's just hurry.
They said this wasn't a time loop. We've killed her and been killed by her, and the other things have gone well for us. We're going to fall through this loop forever. Eventually, you're going to let her out. We might as well do it now. We only remember this path, this loop. We don't remember the previous loops we've had. There's something else we haven't tried. Turn around and leave. We did that before, but we don't remember that. So, are you the same narrator we met on the other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before.
Suspiciously quick. If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no. Is that supposed to be a riddle? If it is, it's not very good. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the me you just met here is the same collection of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings, but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
Say that again. Okay. So yeah, technically, the me you just meet here, same collection of experiences, because we're breaking that from the other experiences as the me you met on the beginnings. But continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, because we kind of make that this me aware of everything, in effect making them all separate. I see. Okay.
So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different.
I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us.
He goes silent when the fury, that hands come in.
They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
Well, we've killed her and been killed by her, and neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop forever, eventually we're going to let her out. We might as well do it now.
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever.
Twice.
Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't, and you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating. Everyone is manipulating us, but we're starting to see the threads now. We just have to avoid getting tangled up in them.
Mm-hmm.
On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him someplace that never ends. I'd like to see what that does to him.
So we're finding the narrator now. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another option.
Then she finds a way out on her own.
Oh, cool.
So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's gotta be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. And why is that? Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options.
Well, it's an option we haven't tried before.
The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong.
Wrong? Turn around and leave.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
What? This is the walls closing in, because we already did that before. But my character doesn't know it now. Proceed to the cabin.
You continue down the path towards the cabin.
It's like the game saying, "Up, you're already committed to completing the game. We can't let you repeat it."
It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. I don't like any of our options here. It feels like we're being driven down the tracks to some awful inevitability. There must be something we're missing. Something that would make everything make sense.
Quit.
Maybe letting her out really is the answer. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
Yes, God. He's just giving up on us. Are you trying to use reverse psychology in me, or have you just given up?
There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue.
We broke him.
Would you look at that?
We won.
Take it however you will.
What? Why couldn't we just stay then? Enter the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is long and dark.
A single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange.
Don't tell me you noticed the mirror now.
What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror?
Oh.
No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains. There's supposed to be a pristine blade.
Yeah.
Why isn't there a pristine blade?
Of course there isn't a mirror. There wasn't one last time either, so why would it be there this time?
I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
So let's pretend there is a mirror at the end of this hallway and that right now we can't see behind it. What's there? What's behind it?
If you're asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement.
Oh, you hesitated. You hesitated for a second.
Are you saying there isn't a door? Are you saying that at the end of the hallway there's just an opening again?
He didn't say door, did he? No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening.
It's just like last time, isn't it? Only instead of a visible empty void, there's an invisible one. For all we know, she could be standing right there behind the mirror. For all we know, she's going to jump out at us, and there's nothing we can do to stop her.
Okay, now you're just being paranoid.
Let me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you. Certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement.
Jump scare, approach the mirror.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward, towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched.
Oh, do we? Do we feel like we're being watched? I hadn't noticed. At least you're admitting to it now.
Damn it, narrator.
You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Wipe the mirror clean.
That I know what's about to happen. Knowing makes it so much worse.
You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
Well, that was a close one. All that stress and lead up for nothing.
Helplessly staring into the void. I'm glad I made a lasting impression.
Shit, where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then it, she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap. Icy pain radiates up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse, and you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
You killed me last time, and that was after you tried to lock me away forever. I was so close to freedom, but then you took my body away from me. So now, I'm going to take yours, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you get to watch me do it, completely helpless, just like you left me.
Okay, maybe letting her in isn't the best idea. She clearly hates us.
And what's your point? I thought you wanted to get out of here. This is a way out, and it's different. We might as well take it.
It hurts like hell, but he's right.
Yeah, but not like this. She's going to make it hurt.
Look, at least you don't have to keep chanting to keep our organs from shutting down.
Then turn off the part of you that feels things.
Oh no.
Oh, like it's that easy?
It is. Pain is just another sensation. If you can tolerate joy, you can tolerate pain.
Except that pain hurts.
Yes, that's what it does. That's the definition.
Do we need to explain to you why pain is bad?
You need to explain to yourself why it isn't.
You guys are going nowhere. Let's just look. Our organs are not shutting down. Let's just let her take us. Do you need to take my body? Can't I just open the door for you?
You locked me in a basement and then you killed me.
Yeah, and then you made my organs shut down and you said it's not your fault.
Oh, we're past the point of compromise. I'm taking your body, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Okay, fine. Just do it then. This'll be different.
See? That wasn't so hard. And maybe this'll make it hurt a little less. Maybe.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock. Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess.
Now he's being spiteful. Yeah, this is freeing her.
Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too.
At least this world.
Okay, deep breath. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine.
Absolutely.
Is it? Is there any conceivable way that this is fine?
Yeah, I'm right. This is fine. It's better than last time. At least our organs aren't failing. At least I can actually talk.
Yeah, see? He's being positive.
It is fine. Everything is always fine. These consequences have no real impact on us outside of momentary discomfort. I'm sure we'll be moving on again soon enough.
To the next world.
Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul.
I wonder what that feels like. Don't want to know what that feels like.
You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong.
We're alive.
It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
Ow!
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. I'd beg you to resist, but you've already surrendered your will to her, haven't you?
You're the puppet master here. If this is the only way we could cut ourselves free from you, so be it. It's a new experience. You should try being possessed sometime. There's nothing else like it.
There's nothing wrong with fixing your mistakes. I'll remember that. But I'll also never forget what you've done.
Your body inches along the corridor, every step more difficult and painful than the last. your joints stiff and unresponsive, the shattered bones of your ankle grinding ceaselessly, as if they're fragmenting, then reforming, then snapping all over again as you make your way towards the outside world.
Now you're just being mean, narrator. Freedom!
Anguish, it doesn't feel like the exit to the cabin is getting
Oh
any
no!
closer. If anything, it's getting further away.
Just let us out, narrator.
It doesn't matter how long this hallway is. I will drag this body until it is a piece of meat and feathers. I will be free.
Please, just let her out.
Yes, let me out.
It's pointless, isn't it? I can't stop her without you, and you'd already given up by the time we met. No, screw that. The hallway gets even longer.
You can manifest things. Screw you.
You can't describe me into submission.
Oh.
The door is right there.
Oh, manifesting.
It really is, isn't it?
I walk to it.
Oh no! I guess because she's possessing us, she has the power now.
I place your bloody hand on the door.
Out-narrated, narrator. Oof.
I make you twist the handle.
Isn't saying all of this his job?
Not anymore.
He's gone.
Oh, he really is, isn't he? I had a feeling you could deal with him for us.
I did nothing. He dealt with himself.
Uh-huh.
This is it then. The big moment.
Alright, open up. Open world reveal. This is the beginning of the game.
Finally, we'll get to see what's really out there.
Finally.
The handle clicks as we push forward. The air is different here.
The passenger, when taken against your will, witness your enemy's freedom. But as you step outside the bounds of the cabin, you feel another violent tear. A rending that cuts all the way down to your soul. You are once again separated from everything that had nestled in the deep crevices of your body. From everything that isn't you.
Us again.
Hey Dodo, welcome in! How's the full release so far? Definitely intriguing. We only played the demo once, and that was already very interesting, like a teaser. And in the very beginning, we just like listened to the narrator. Slay the princess? Alright, grab knife, stab. And we ended the game in 20 minutes. But of course, the game doesn't really end. And I'm appreciating that, yes, we're looping, but it's continually pushing us to completion. They don't allow us to repeat the same endings as far as I know. So I appreciate that. So it's exciting to know that everything will be new. Like as we keep, every loop will be new. So I guess it's just a matter of which order you experience these things. But overall, it's like I'm not worried about like repeating the same ending. So it's been pretty cool. And yes, of course, there are more layers to it. You could really pick this game apart, dissect it, and really start reading into like what's it all mean? What does this mean for the princess, the woman? What is it with these vessels and providing another entity with these vessels? Is that something that we should feel terrible about? And yeah, it's a vibe. We're feeling it. But yeah, it's a simple premise. Slay the princess or the world will end. That's it. And then you roll with it. And everything that has happened so far is a consequence of that. Can we save her? That's also a question I have, but I haven't found a way to do so yet. Because I'm going to try to do it in the next loop. Because I've been role-playing like, okay, kill her first, and then enjoy killing her next, and then be skeptical about killing her, and then try to reach a compromise, which doesn't really work. So it's very unfair to her as well. So for the next loop, if there is one, we're just gonna go straight up try to rescue her.
How interesting.
We also get different passengers, different voices.
Everything is gone. Except her.
What?
I can fix her.
What is happening to me?
Same. I'm a fixer. Like, I think that's my, the different kinds of love languages. Whether romantic or platonic, with friends or whatever. In general, my love language is help. I like to make sure people are happy. I guess I'm a people pleaser in a way. So it's like, I can fix her, which is what we did in the demo. And in the demo, we actually was like, are we really supposed to kill her? I'm sure she just misunderstood. I want to help her. I can help you. And then it didn't end well for us. So that was actually our very first playthrough, the demo. But there's more to this than what the narrator's letting on. So we're getting into the mysteries of the universe. She herself is confused. Yay! I hope the entity is happy. But you don't answer her before she's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Luke Patka, thank you so much for the raid. Holy crap, a lot of weird shit's happening over here. Not the raid, I appreciate the raid. I'm talking about the game. But welcome in, Luke Patka. Long time no see. Last time we ended up on your channel in another raid. But let me give you a shout out here, Luke Patka. Good energy, good vibes. If you've not checked Luke Patka out, please do go check them out. But welcome in, Tian, Chris, Luke Patka, Toilet, Regina. Fancy Toilet. And Nick Cynical, thank you so much for the follow. And welcome in, everyone. If this is your first time in the channel, welcome to Tabletop Cinema. My name is Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And we love playing story-rich games here across a wide variety of genres. So, happy Halloween. Happy November 1. This is Slay the Princess, which is by Black Tabby Games, who are the creators of Scarlet Hollow, which immediately made me a fan of the writers, the artists, and developers. I highly recommend checking out Scarlet Hollow, which is an early access. It's a great spooky experience if you're looking for it. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I'm just a fan of their games right now and their writing. They have 4 episodes out right now, and this is Slay the Princess. It just released 1.0, version 1.0 last week. A bit more than a week ago, just in time for like Halloween and spooky season. And it is spooky indeed. The premise basically is we need to slay the princess or the world will end. That's it. Thus begins this spiral into madness or clarity, or maybe it's just one and the same. So yeah, it's a trip. It's a trip, and I was told your playthroughs may be very different. The order that you do things will really change it, as their other game, Scarlet Hollow, also has shown. And yeah, so spoiler alert, spoiler ahead, but it's so trippy. I'm loving it. It's super cool. But thank you again for being here. The game looks spooky and it is fun. Thank you so much, Zen, for the care package. And yes, Toilet Regina. Oh shit. I tried to be fancy. That wasn't fancy at all. It's hard to lift a pinky and... There we go. Okay, before we start getting... So we're now what? We've like slayed the princess how many times now? You know, it's kind of locking me into this whole Stockholm syndrome. You know, maybe she's misunderstood. Maybe she doesn't deserve to die. So again, you can really like analyze this with a lot of different kinds of literary criticism, because from the offset, we already know how touchy the subject can be in terms of if we're looking at it from the especially if you're trying to look at it from a literary perspective of the feminine perspective, feminism, you know, the feminine criticism. What do you call it again? The lens of feminism. If you're looking at it that way in terms of the criticism, it also has a lot to say and offer about that. The writers are aware of this, and you can really like interpret it in various ways. And it's fully voiced. It's fully voiced by two really great voice actors. I believe they have more experience in podcasts. So the voice is in our head, and the narrator's one guy. The princess is another. So thank you so much for the lurk, Zen. It's like, oh, let me see you playing it. Yeah, hopefully this might entice you to pick up the game yourself. It doesn't cost much, but I've been talking for too long, and the voices are always in our head. Let us continue. We actually just finished this other loop, and you'll kind of get an idea of what happens. So it's worth exploring. So thankfully, we haven't been reading much, so we haven't needed to hydrate too much. But anyway, thank you for the care package, then. The voice of the hero, what did he say? She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? The narrator's also gone. The narrator is an entity.
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Of course you're scared. This is not the end. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me.
I would have kept them in the dark if I were you.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Can't even trust ourselves.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. This one isn't voiced. I don't even know who's supposed to be. It's like a twisted narrator. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. The decay, you've withered. That's an achievement we just got. You've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Soundtrack's also beautiful. Proceed to the cabin. Disturbing imagery, possibly, as well. You were at the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again.
So we have given this entity another vessel. We're terrible human being. We're terrible bird being. We're not exactly human. We're a person, but we've seen feathers and yeah.
All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
So we're role playing as if we know everything again. How many times have we killed the princess? So it's also really the pangs of conscience start to get to you. You're. It's like the 5th time we've given a princess to this thing. It doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you feel worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Okay, then this is when we can actually start to color our conscience a bit. If you want to choose the path, it makes me like you more. Romance, the entity, is it possible? Yes. You're torturing me and I hate it. I think I hate you.
Know that I hold no malice towards you. The pain of your journey will subside in due time. But you still have a ways to go before we are done.
Yeah, that's what the game says. This is a love story. It's in this beautifully it's beautifully chaotic mess. How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
We all have darkness inside of us. Alan Wake. You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
You're not saying anything. Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Have you figured out what you want when we've finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, my awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of self-knowledge.
Do you still not care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences. You have your responsibilities, and I have mine.
I ended up in a toxic relationship and I didn't even realize. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
We will know when we near our destination.
So, You still don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow.
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to contemplate the gifts you bring me.
But we can change the course of the rivers. We can shape the tributaries. I'm losing it. Do we? No, I don't think we're at that point yet where we're gonna attack them or destroy our own body. I don't think we're there yet. So what do you think of this vessel now?
This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself. She will make for a driven heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
And send me back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die again. How many times have we? Okay, we got a seething vessel. We brought the wraith to her.
You're on a
This is how it begins.
in the woods, and at the end of that path,
We don't remember
is a
anything,
cabin.
roleplay wise.
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Proceed into the cabin. No warnings. Narrator's done.
The interior
Oh,
of the
it's the same
cabin is
now.
almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Into the basement. I just talked to her.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear
This is new.
once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Lie, I'm here to save you. Just checking in on you.
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I think this is the path we got in the demo. Also, I always love this first reveal of the princess because you always wonder what happened to the other chain. Right? It already kind of sets you in a defense. It just makes you wonder. And it's just a cabin, really, and it really just gets you. It fills your head with more questions. It drives your imagination to build upon things that will just continue to probably fill you with doubt. Thank you for the lurk, Vanwa.
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I'll see what I can do. Examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake.
Not listening to you, narrator.
You're doing the right thing.
Indeed, we're a hero. We saved
Walk
the
up
princess.
to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Well, I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Damn you, narrator!
Is someone else here?
We know the narrator can influence the world. Hey! Let me out of here!
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Turns at the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Okay, this is how we do it.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
I'm on to you, narrator.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
We're the hero of this story. Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours,
blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world.
You're gonna do something about it?
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises.
Oh, okay. This one really takes charge. I played this in the
Wait,
demo.
This isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Just Monica, just Monica, just Monica, just Monica, just Monica. Slay the princess. Warn her. Oh, tricky. Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
What happened to free will, narrator?
Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist! Is it gonna change like Monica? Resist!
The blade. Move the blade.
Away!
As
Away!
your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you
Oh,
doing?
I think I saw this in the trailer.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
Plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Ow!
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her
Yeah,
sake.
we're a hero!
Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your
You're a
body.
mean narrator.
I'm sorry.
Ah!
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
We're a hero.
It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Damsel. I think that's the ending we got in the...
You're on a path
Demo.
in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
with this weird shit
And in the
happens.
basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end
Yeah,
of the
damn
world.
narrator. Just like say aim for the heart. They wanted us to... Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We just met for the first time.
Stop gaslighting us.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last
Smitten.
time, did he?
You.
If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
What the fuck?
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Uh-huh.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Dear God. Alright, okay, let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really already happened. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? We already asked that, right? Ah, but we have new voices now. Let's see if they have anything to chime in. So, let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Player knows.
You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
You were the one who did us in, villain.
Exactly.
Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her.
Yeah. Ass.
Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
I'm with them. I'm going to find a way to save her from that cabin.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does.
Jesus.
Are these
That's
really
ominous.
the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
So let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
The only reason she was even able to kill me last time was because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite
narrator
it all,
is sus. Of course
fully
he's
up to the
scheming.
task that's been given to you. Maybe it's her beauty that threatens the world.
Maybe we shouldn't listen to this guy,
Sure,
but we
it's her
will.
beauty. Why not?
He's
Before
so
you ask me,
problematic.
You can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
It's just the way it is. So who locked her in that basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
So we have a new passenger voice, so they chime in even if it's the same thing. So let's ask it again. So if people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me, us?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special.
Of course we
You're
are.
the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things are.
It's just the way things are.
I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
You're being cagey. What aren't you telling us?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an
Oh, thank you,
otherwise
Sam.
very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Roleplay-wise, we don't. Because you always forget at the beginning. Oh, that's all. That's all.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Oh my god, like, the Smitten just reminded me now of, what's his name? The MC in Sucker for Love, who saved the world and destroyed it multiple times, I guess, for a smooch. What if we turn around and leave with our new passenger in this timeline? No, we said we'd save the princess, so no. Proceed to the cabin. This is now a full save the princess
before
run.
you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Oh my god.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin
this is different.
clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
So again, you didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
What do you say, Smitten?
I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here.
Ha.
In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Approach the mirror.
Walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
You keep taking it away from us.
But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
So we're also changing, and the princess is also changing. So it's like, maybe we're both just victims of the narrator and the entity, and they're just trying to shape us into whatever they desire by, you know, maybe we're just star-crossed lovers. I don't know. This whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
Can the knife even work against the chains? Nah. Enter the basement. Who needs a knife? We're here to
The door
save
to
a
the
princess.
basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
Let's not do that.
Held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess.
Yes.
We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top.
You're the
form.
hero.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs
Aww.
and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing
So
hero.
happy.
I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that?
Oh my god.
She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero.
Oh no.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it?
We just had to get stuck with these two.
I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Yep.
Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd
There
really
you
hoped
said
I'd
it
be the
again.
first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this?
Are you sure we want to rescue her?
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Yeah, I guess it was self-defense. The narrator wouldn't stop trying to kill her. But I really think we're playthings of the narrator and the entity. My current theory is that we're both playthings. And they're using this setup to grow us as vessels. Both entities. One wants to stop the other. They're using this fiction to do it. I'm guessing. Oh, she took the knife from us because the narrator was trying to kill us. The narrator was using us to try and kill her. So I don't blame her. Here we go. I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
See?
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Oh my god, he's so positive now. It's just too sus.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Oh my god.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what
Yeah,
to do?
there. I'm thinking there's... Yeah.
She doesn't. There's no one else like that.
Lies.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I think they got it right. What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
Oh my god. But before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy.
No!
My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No. No? I don't want the world to end. Honestly, the world sucks. People are plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful ruin to all of them. Oh my god. No, I don't want the world to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
Then she didn't
See?
end
She
the
didn't confess
world.
anything. She is innocence itself.
I'm not so sure.
I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
I think she's lost it
We
as well.
won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
Actually,
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
uh-huh.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
She's just given up,
You're
I
right,
think.
It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted.
So go ahead and slay her.
No. Rescue the princess.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I'll...
You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
I would if you had a weapon.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths.
Titanic
and if you
depths.
try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Oh, okay, wait. We're just
You
gonna
wouldn't.
restart the world.
I would.
I'd listen to him if I were you.
He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
Yeah, and if we kill ourselves.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
I was worried he'd make us strangle
Who
her.
needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
We leave. And then we have our whole lives to figure out what we want to do next. Oh, she's been locked in. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. It's the only thing you've ever doubted, the actual truth.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Oh, there. I want you to tell me what you want. There must be something you want. Do you want to end the world? Well, you're asking what I want? I just want to leave, and we can figure out the rest later. It's like asking, like, hey, what do you want to eat? And they're saying, anything, what do you want to eat? And then like, no, I'm asking you. And they just go back and forth. What do you want to eat? I just want to leave. We can figure out the rest later.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers. We have each other. We don't need the world.
Oh
for
my
our
God.
happy ending. I like to think that you do, actually.
Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it.
Anime eyes. Anime princess eyes.
I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
Lust blind fools.
You and the princess walk up the stairs, hand in hand.
Aww.
The way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this.
Narrator's so
What happens
bitter.
after we walk up the stairs?
Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face.
No, you
with a
suck,
lock.
narrator. You suck. Open the door.
That's a familiar move.
Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough
Power
with
of
this
love.
true love nonsense. You just met her. Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
And you don't have to lock us in. Just let us out.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Yeah, heroes like just do whatever. I think we can open it. if we try together.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Let's go.
Like a pair of
Together.
teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. Blech. And
And
lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding?
the narrator also doesn't have full control.
I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade. That's right. There's still a chance for you. To do the right
no,
thing.
no,
Take the blade and slay
no!
her before it's too late.
No, there was an option last time to pick up the blade and toss it. Like, to guarantee, like, maybe, like... Oh no, was there an option? In a previous life, once you pick up the knife, you have an option to, like, chuck it into the abyss. But anyway, you're not doing that. We're not doing that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate
I
you.
mean, look at those eyes.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
It's such triumphant
Yes,
music.
I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin.
Ha! Narrator. I just want to beat the
And then
narrator.
you step outside.
Romantic haze, your love will set you free.
A happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
No!
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
No!
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's gonna be
Quick, our feathers,
taken.
pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
No! Damn you, entity, whatever you are! But you don't get the chance to make that jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared, hero.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
It's not the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice.
Okay. If you say so, we'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
Approach the mirror. How have we changed? You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. We are unraveled. The remains, you're unraveled. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Hmm. Hmm. Oh, these are interesting options now. Since we remember everything, we're just... Yes. Let's manifest what we want. There's trees and stars and they're people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
Molded her?
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
I don't feel right about that. As I said, this game's like literally Princess Maker. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
No. The point of awakening is to find out.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No. Their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
We're just molding it. He does. Okay. Oh, wow, yeah. I don't know how but I know this for a fact. We have no other choice. He does. When I find him, I'm going to kill him. Actually, I don't. He does. I don't know why, but I know this for a fact. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Oh. If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Attack, destroy, No, we've gone too far. I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
There's the mirror breaking again. everything goes dark and you die. Thank you for dropping by, Dodo. Time for more Alan Wake 2. Maybe finishing it already? Holy shit. Hope you're enjoying your playthrough, Dodo. We'll be getting back to our playthrough perhaps this Thursday since I don't have a game. But yeah, this weekend we'll be getting back to Alan Wake 2. The pacing has been off for me because I've been exploring too much, and I actually wonder if the experience of Alan Wake 2 would have been better if I just stuck to the main quests. I might experiment over the weekend, but I hope you're enjoying the game as well. I mean, the story, everything. I'm still enjoying Alan Wake 2 as a story, but there's just something off with the pacing, in my opinion, the way we've been playing it. So actually, I'm curious how you've been playing it. If you've been also exploring everything, or if you've just been sticking to the main points, because I think it does really change and alter one's experience of the story. So, well, I'm gonna continue it over the weekend and find out. As much as I keep telling myself that, hey, we're gonna focus on the main story, I just can't help but explore. But in doing so, it kind of feels like it's at odds. It's meant to be explored. It can feel slow in between. You explored parts before I needed to, but that's life. Ah, okay. Yeah, I see. I know what you mean, right? Like you go into the lodge and then you wonder why there are FBI postings up there, and you realize, oh, it's because they're gonna use this for the next scene. So whether that is a mistake or intentional, because fact become fiction, we don't know if it's past, present, future, whatever, writing into reality. Um, it's interesting. Like the reuse of the character models, I also don't know if that's intentional or not, or if it's like a quirk of the world to make you know that it's like not real. In fact, Alex Casey doesn't even look real himself, and it's not just because of the fact that the actor and the facial capture are different people. Sam Lake, James McCaffrey. There's a bit of uncanniness to Alex Casey that I noticed like since meeting him. So I don't know if that is also intentional either. Compared to Saga and all the other characters who look more natural, Alex looks like there's a disconnect between the mocap and the face. So I don't know, like it's cool that the game just lets us read into these things and what is intentional, what is not. You can't trust narrative, you can't trust the spaces because it might have been all written. So yeah, joy to look into every nook and cranny for sure, for sure. Anyway, don't let me keep you any longer, Dodo. I'm excited to hear your thoughts on it as well. I'm gonna be looking at summaries of the previous stories because I've forgotten so many details. So before this weekend, that might be also it. Like I forgot so many details from the past games. I may have missed a lot of references. So I'm gonna try to catch up again, refresh my memory, and let's see if it refreshes the experience. Like I know it's a slow burn, but I just felt a bit repetitive at some point. But it is getting interesting again. So we'll see how that goes. The good summary video, I could look for more. If you have a recommendation, feel free to share it. The one I'm going to start with is from Sam Lake himself. I think it's an IGN video, and Sam Lake, from at least from Sam Lake's perspective, I'll start with that. What the director has to say, and then I'll look into this Hidden Machine, for a summary. Hidden Machine, Alan Wake Control. Alan Wake, full story and extended lore explained. Okay, that sounds good. 1 hour 29. Watch this before Alan Wake 2. Cool. All right. Thank you for this. Yeah, I'll probably get the gist first from the director, what he wishes the people to know before coming in, and then this sounds like a really great resource, especially the remaining mystery story recap. This sounds really great. Thanks, Dodo. All right. We're just going to stay here and continue to be trapped by these otherworldly entities. It's, in a way, coincidentally, if this is all about, the power of the story, it's like, we need to write our story. We need to write our way out of this darkness and to slay the princess. It feels like that now. It feels like we're trying to fight the story. Half in depth could go very much deeper, obviously, but still, yeah. But at least, I really need a refresher. So thank you again. All right. Good luck and have fun. Take care, Dodo. Us, in the meanwhile, everything goes dark and you die. I just keep hearing James McCaffrey's voice everywhere now. We brought the damsel to her. One more. So we're actually almost done
You're
with the game?
on a path in
Holy
the
shit.
woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Is it an auto?
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Who are we missing now? What haven't we explored yet? Silently continue to the cabin. Ah, wait, no, we
You
might
make
have
your
new
way up the
voices.
short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
We'll see what we can do with the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
What are our voices? Where are the rest of the voices? Enter the basement. It's just straight up.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase
Who's the
faintly
princess
illuminated
now?
by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
What's the voice now?
Who's there?
Oh,
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as
Same.
if she's the one in charge
Hero.
down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
It does look different than the last.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Genie, welcome in. I think we're nearing the end of this game, but this is Slay the Princess. Highly recommend the experience. Big spoilers ahead. It's from the creators of the visual novel Scarlet Hollow, which I also recommend. Thank you for the raid. If you guys have not checked out Genie's such an awesome, chill, chaotic energy streamer from Australia. Do go check out their channel. Thank you so much for bringing in your people. The game is pretty awesome. It is illustrated by Abby Howard, who did an amazing job as well on Scarlet Hollow, and they're an award-winning artist and writer apparently. So they're really great visual novel experiences. As you can see, there are many options. And the premise of this game is simply we were told to slay the princess to save the world. That's it. And it spirals into a beautifully chaotic mess of narrator versus fiction versus otherworldly entities, and it's all pretty crazy. But yeah, I highly recommend going through this. I believe we're in our I don't know how many times we've killed each other and been killed. They also say it's a love story, so I have some theories about it, but we're gonna play to find out. I think we're almost done. But for anyone who just came in, if you welcome to Tabletop Cinema. I'm Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And we love playing story-rich games here across a variety of genres. And I think we might finish Slay the Princess today. But over the weekend, we're also playing Alan Wake 2. Happy Halloween. Spooky season is still not over. We're getting in some weird, crazy stuff here. Yeah, true love, where you want to stab the other person. It's great. It's very interesting. Now, my theory is just that we're both victims here, I feel, and you'll see what I mean. So, we've just descended into the cabin, and in the cabin, in the basement, there is a princess, and we're supposed to kill the princess, or the world will end. So, simple, right? What haven't we done yet? What? No way. Why would you even think that?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, this?
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it.
Don't you dare.
So there are voices in her head.
We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the princess. We did it last time. What haven't we explored yet? I'm sorry. Can we just talk?
You're so close. Don't give up. You've come this far. No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
I'm not dropping the blade, though.
Then I'm not talking to you.
Simple as that. Really that. Fine then. I guess we're at an impasse.
I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already. Or drop the blade. Do something.
Stare at the princess while holding onto the blade.
You stare at the princess, squinting fiercely. She squints back.
The two of you are going to do this forever, aren't you?
You'll have to blink eventually. Just make a choice.
I wonder why there isn't another voice this time. Oh, okay, we really can't decide. Drop the blade.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
We'll be fine.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
It's the same thing, though.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Oh, I get it now. They said that this is like the last one, and she doesn't really care. It's just choose how you want. So this is like for the last vessel, I'm thinking you could choose any of the endings. Let's try to end on a positive-ish note. Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
I've been told things, but I'm not sure what to believe.
Believe me.
Thank you for the gift,
And
Anon.
do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Uh-huh. Huh. They are concerned. Yeah, they just set us up. Yeah, thank you for the gift, Anon. Thank you for supporting the channel. Helps us grow Tabletop Cinema. I hope to give you guys a better show in the future. And enjoy your ad-free viewing and cat emotes, Genie. So, I think this is new territory. What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
This one's a cold version. And how would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right?
She is. I'm sure of it.
How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
You're manipulating things again, narrator. Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
No, absolutely not. No. I know what I've been told. Whether or not I believe it is an entirely different matter.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh? Have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
I'm getting you out of here. Let's try this again.
You have to be kidding me.
Ha! Narrator.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never
We're gonna
see
do
the
this
light of
again.
day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
You're just gonna keep us from it, narrator. And if there isn't a key, do you have any ideas besides cutting you out of here?
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
You're a jerk, narrator.
Is someone else here?
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Hey, let me out of here!
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Turn to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
This is all new. There's no skip.
You won't
so I
like
think
what happens if you do that.
I don't remember if we had the cutaway cold version. Save the princess!
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh.
Yum.
The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Ah, yeah, the last time we cut her free, she was very, what's the word? Very innocent and helpless. This one's different. Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape.
Not this again, narrator. We're gonna resist you, you know this?
As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Slay the princess, slay the princess. Oh, we can't choose anything else because that would lead to the same ending. Warn her!
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
There's something going on here and I'm not letting you control me. Resist!
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
Oh, she knows how to use a knife.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
Now let's see what happened.
In the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay, something new. But I died! What am I doing here?
I can assure you that you're not dead. And to answer your second question, you're here to slay the princess. I literally told you that a second ago. Don't forget what he did to us the last time around.
It's the
I
skeptic.
wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying.
Yes.
I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud?
Ah.
No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
What do we have to say about the mirror this time?
He definitely did not. Does the mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should.
It's also not shimmering like the others.
There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I think you know what we have to do.
You have to look into the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach
Still
forward
nothing.
and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
What are you keeping from us?
It was there a second ago. And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Let's take the blade again this time.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Enter the basement. Let's see what awaits us below.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the
this is
stairs and
different.
lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
That's a lot of chains.
Should we be worried about the one around her neck?
Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously
Yeah, I've always been
useless.
thinking about like this one chain that's never there.
What an
That's never
interesting
connected.
development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
I'm actually not sure if we did, Zen. I remember I think in one of the runs we did, like I picked up the knife, thinking we could shatter the mirror. But when we got to the mirror, it was always wipe the mirror clean. So I don't think there was a way to... It's just to hear what the new passenger voice is saying. Dude, dear, welcome and thank you for dropping by at these strange hours. Welcome to this weird Slay the Princess experience. Weird but awesome. Highly recommend. I'm not even done with it yet. Sit where you were told to sit.
You do as she asks.
I think we're in the
and sit on
last
the floor,
part of the game now.
still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this.
Oh, we keep messing
As much as I
up.
would like to remain in denial, it's no use.
Oh
This
no.
has complicated things.
We keep spoiling for the
It's
narrator.
complicated things. How exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done.
We need to keep
You
him
go
in
to
the
cabin,
dark.
you
They were
heroically
hinting at it
save
from
the
the
princess,
beginning.
and in the process, you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
No, he knows
A
again.
contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just... good luck. If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably. I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important. Necessary, even. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't.
Huh.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't. Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that. Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
And now it's like she's even chained. She's chained up even more. Like, They do not want us to reveal the truth. I'm actually wondering if we just play it like, oh, we have to trust that we both know what's going on, but the narrator, we need to keep the narrator in the dark. Damn it. What happened after I died last time?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
You were asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Oh shit.
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more
Damn
reason
it,
not to trust
narrator.
her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
How am I supposed to cut you out? If you didn't notice, your head is in a shackle too.
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Alright, skeptic.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros?
None.
There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
I don't know anymore. That other chain on the wall, who is it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on.
Oh. Oh.
Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
So many options. You realize that I have as much reason to distrust you as you have to distrust me, right?
I do. So I guess this all comes down to which of us caves first. And it's not going to be me. I'm extremely patient.
It's probably better if we take action anyway. No use trying to wait her out. That's playing to her strengths.
Inspect the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And why is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know. Maybe it will.
He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
But what if he's telling the truth?
Damn it!
He isn't.
I am.
Let it go or inspect the shackle. Let's just follow the skeptic on this. Inspect the shackle. We're not gonna stick our hand in it. We just wanna look, right? Inspect the shackle. No, or she's gonna kick us. But I'm so curious. Inspect the shackle!
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad?
Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism.
I hate you,
Before you can so
narrator!
much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your
What
blade,
is this
which
bullshit?
is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
This isn't fair, narrator!
Excuse me?
Yes?
Are we stuck here now?
Person of the mind, become your own jailer.
Yes.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
Stupid
That's horrible.
magnetism.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
There is always a loose chain. There's always a loose chain. Like, in all the loops, there's always one chain that is loose. I don't know if the skeptic is just saying, it's just a loose chain. It's a red herring. But that narrator is so annoying. Did you know that this was going to happen to me?
No.
So, we're both stuck here.
Yep.
What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude.
Okay, no, we're being rude. I'll wait in silence.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything.
This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
At least the world is safe.
It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
Yeah, how?
It just does.
Damn it, narrator, you're just
But
making
your
it
line of
into
questioning
reality.
is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin
remains the same.
If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
Hey, have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk, remember?
Still rude.
Continue to wait in silence.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to
It's
erode.
the narrator's power.
She hasn't starved.
I guess she hasn't.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass.
Just give us a damn
Until
dagger.
suddenly, there are no walls.
What the?
And then... And?
And
I think he's gone.
oh no!
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us. So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Ah! Why do they keep taking her? But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave.
She's gone.
Memory returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's going to be okay, hero. Just trust me. Been here before and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. I trust you.
Feels too good to be true.
How have we changed this time? Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. Huh? But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection. Are we deaf? Are you me?
I think you know what I
Narrator! What the hell happened to you? A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. I'm sorry, I don't want to destroy you. Will it help if I look away or stop asking questions? Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Are you a part of me or are you something else? You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why? I've met you many times. Have you been the same you all along? I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I? What is this place? Who are we? So many questions! So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Ah! We only have limited questions. Wait, why can't we ask the question about why are you making me kill the... Why are you making us slay the princess? What is not a question here? Only option to destroy the mirror, ask questions. The only non-question is this. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks. Just like the... Oh! The princess was also fracturing in one world. Just like this. Yeah, every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks.
I'm aware, and if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
What? That wasn't a question! I want answers. What is this place? Where are we?
A construct. It was supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done.
Yeah, there we
It
go.
was supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through. The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into a new world.
So we kind of predicted that. Okay. But why?
But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore.
Yeah, what the... And what is my true identity? The people out there beyond the walls of the construct, do they know about this? Do they know what you want me to do to them?
Of course not. The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
What is going on? And what is my true identity?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Huh. Alan Wake, is that you? So many questions. Are they gonna make us play the game over and over to get everything? What is the princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound.
Shifting mound.
Ebb and flow. The capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
Shifting mound, ebb and flow, capacity to change, okay? Transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why did the narrator have to die? Her nature is why I had to die. Us? Well, we were created by this guy to serve the purpose, to rid the world of death by transforming the shifting mound. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo cannot perceive things, not in the way that people can.
So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
This isn't helping. Man, this is so painful. They just like they know that players will have so many questions, but they intentionally give you limited time to ask. So for each player, it kind of like tailors what are the things that you wish to know, like oh, if you could only choose 5 things to know, or at least from the perspective of the narrator, you only get 5, so they don't spoil the whole game. So there's still stuff left unknown. Ant or a slice of soggy bread. Why a princess? Why did you make her a princess? So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it as even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me? Didn't they kind of explain that we're just supposed to be... We're not supposed to know? Because we would ask all these questions and not fulfill our purpose. Everything hinged on us on being on a need-to-know basis. You already explained that before. So what else do I want to know about this person? Thing, whatever. I would have helped you destroy her. But I'm still not sure, like, okay, wait. We're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death. Hey, welcome back, Vanoa. We're just trying to sort out our confused thoughts. We only have limited time. It's so annoying. Of course, we have so many questions to ask, but the game doesn't want you to ask everything, or it'll spoil the mystery. If we're taking everything at face value, if we're believing the narrator, so we need to refresh ourselves. What do we know, not know? You're nothing at all, but you cannot be nothing. You refocus your gaze, you see it. A figure faint veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. The narrator, I think you know what I am. A crack slides the center of the mirror, spraying the image. Shards of broken glass. The narrator, yes, I suppose that's my job. You needed help, after all. An objective voice to guide your blade, but you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you damned to extinction to fall this far. It doesn't show us her choice. I'm aware, and if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time. What is this whole thing? A construct. It is supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done. And it is supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through. The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into another world, but not necessarily restart the construct. Okay, but what about the world that the construct is in? But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore. Our true nature is the long quiet, but we also asked about, of course now, the only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. Just like the Asians, actually. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end. What's our true nature? According to the narrator, we are the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death. Who is the princess? She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She's transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I, whoever created us, had to die. For she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So she, being the echo, cannot perceive things. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. We're back to that. Why would destroying her save everyone? You're made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone. If you're not me, then what are you? Well, according to the narrator, they created us. The construct, everything. Are you a part of me or are you something else? Why couldn't you have told me all of this from the start? No use dwelling on that. She's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be. Ah, okay. She's a shifting bound. Why he had to die. Everyone has thoughts of death on their mind. She's capable of becoming whatever people believe her to be. So it's like she becomes... You know, if she just becomes molded to be death. He wanted us to slay death. Because his goal was to get rid of death. Of course, why did you make her a princess? That doesn't matter right now. Of all things, why a princess? How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept? What if neither of us leave this place? Does it work? Nah. Why would you want to rid the world of death? I mean, who cares about dying? Destroy the mirror. Okay, I think I want to ask... No, not this. If you made us, why do you know this has been torture? No? If I destroy her, won't I be alone? I don't really care about that. Do you have anything to say for yourself? After everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? Do you know that things won't just be worse without her? What would it be like to live in a world without her? I don't want to be a god. I want to be me. A god also, especially. What are you? Are you something like us? If you're not me, then what are you? Does it hurt? Sorry, I don't really care right now. Are you a part of me or are you something else? How can you tell me? I met many times. Have you been seeing me long? I want to ask, like, how does slaying the princess help? How did you die? Because I'm guessing this princess manifests the thoughts of death. Alright. How did you die? Oh, okay. Maybe you could ask, how did you die? Are you a god or were you a god? It's like speak with the dead spell. And it's like, oh no, we have so few questions. Of course, so you're wondering this. Why a princess? How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept? That's another question I want to ask. Okay, first, you know, I'm just gonna ask, how did you die? I'm curious. No. Maybe this encompasses the nature of the princess. How am I supposed to destroy an abstract concept?
With some amount of difficulty. But you're an abstract concept yourself.
Yeah, that's where we're changing.
If you destroyed her within the confines of the construct, but when I shaped the two of you, I made sure that you were strong enough to see things through.
It's like we're talking to Gale. Abstract concept versus abstract concept. Us, the hero, parts of it, guided by the narrator to slay the princess, to save the world, because everyone is thinking about death. Let's see if we got any new questions. What were we shaped from? Who cares about dying? Why would you want to rid the world of death? I'm predicting what his answer could be, but he might surprise us. Okay, what does player want to know? Are you a god? Were you a god? God, powerful mage, like whatever. Okay. Of all things, why is she a princess? Why couldn't she be an ant or a slice of soggy bread?
Are you asking me to spend my final moments psychoanalyzing you? She wound up a princess because you wanted her to be a princess. As to why... Maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach. A herald of things to come.
So that's... that's like the writer, tell us your intent, ish. So why princess? So this is just an echo. Well, he's kind of just like an echo now. This is just like his soul put into this construct. But we are also his creations. So we're psychoanalyzing ourselves in a way. We are one, but we are not. It's just I'm wrapping my head around all of this. Wait, okay, yeah, but I understand this part about okay. Why is she a princess? The thing we have to slay. She takes on the form of the universe, the people. And we needed to slay that because that would be too dangerous if people started to manifest to see her as death only. And it makes sense for us to want to get there. Not just that. Not only beautiful, important, above you. More importantly, on a level you could still approach, and unfortunately, killable. Because if it manifested as a, I don't know, Cthulhu, I'm not gonna approach the damn thing with a knife. So, I guess I understand that analysis of the narrator. Actually, we can't rely on the narrator. The narrator is just trying to psychoanalyze us. Again, maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you. And it's kind of sad to think that, okay, someone you could also, harmless. That's what your first image, that could, it's sad. It's sadly, it's a young princess in chains. A lot of people aren't going to be threatened by that. So you could approach something important. So this person has importance. Something important. They can't tell you. The narrator said it's a need to know basis or it won't work. So I get that as well. So it is very carefully chosen by our psyche to manifest it as a princess that, for all intents and purposes, could die for a cause. Couldn't be anyone else. Very specifically a princess that needed to be that. Oh yeah, interesting. Maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach. A herald of things to come.
I don't know. Gods are supposed to be beyond comprehension. I really shouldn't try and anthropomorphize you like this.
You did also say we're a god, but this guy created us, so the gods creating gods, I don't know. No! If you made us, then I want you to know, blah, blah. If I won't, I don't want to ask that. If I destroy her, won't I be alone? I don't need to know. Do you have anything to say for yourself for all this hubris? Hubris? I mean, after everything you've done to us, do you think anyone deserves to live? This one I don't really get. Like, after everything you've done to us, creating the construct, do you think anyone deserves to live? What about the people out there? Do you know that things won't just be worse if you destroy her? What would it be like to live in a world without her? without the shifting mound, the entity, the what was she? The ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She's transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. And people, according to their narrator, are perceiving... Wait, no. Others perceive her to be. Why he had to die. More questions. We have like 3, I think. Candidates for questions. What I mean, if you guys, like, for those who have not played it yet, if you have any burning questions that you want to know, also throw in your suggestions in that. Because I want to know everything, but we clearly can't do that in one playthrough. So what would it be like to live in a world without her? I'm adding that to my short list. I don't want to be a god, I want to be me. No, I don't really care. A god, I always, special, no, what a waste. What are you? Are you something like me? Okay, I think I'm wondering about that. I'm just curious about that, but if we have an extra question. So my short list is, what would it be like to live in a world without the ebb and flow, the change? Essentially without death. If I'm assuming that people are seeing her as death, or she could manifest in that way. This guy wants to get rid of death. That's his motive. The narrator's motive to get rid of death created this construct. Well, let's see if we have something new. How did you die? Well, he did say why I had to die. Her nature is why I had to die. Vague, half, like, we have half of the answer there, but why would you want to rid the world of death? What were you shaped from? What were we shaped from? Our nature. Okay, I want to ask that as well. If you're not me, then what are you? What are you? Oh, weird. If you're not me, then what are you? And another question, what are you? Are you something like me? Okay, what are you? Are you something like me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an ether, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him.
There.
Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Damn it! 2 more questions. Yeah, we should have already understood that. I already said that the creator put bits of himself here to guide us. What were we shaped from?
Cycle of life and death, the endless pattern of creation and destruction. I tore it in two and shaped the fraying threads into you and her.
So we were locked into this together. Life and death, life and death. Okay. We are life and we are the cycle of life and death. The hero, well, quote unquote, the hero and the princess. Death of the author. No, I don't want the death of the author. I need to know the... I like that achievement is named Death of the Author. Basically, yeah, that point of literary criticism where You know, you interpret the story. The artist's intent doesn't matter. Like, interpret the story as you would. It's like, but I want to know the authorial intent. I need the answers. Oh no. I think you're out of time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. Lie. Rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks about all of this. Say nothing and watch him end. So, cycle of life and death. I'm guessing we are life. She is death, and she wants us to slay death. So, no more death in the world. Because people out there are so obsessed about death and oblivion and destruction. Because it gets the end of the world, right? It's not a happy time. So, this mage, god, whatever, this powerful person created this to basically slay death out of the universe. Out of all the worlds at once. That's what the construct was. Existing in all worlds at once. So with one fell swoop, you could just eliminate death. So what do we say to death? Not today, but not forever. It's just not today, right? It's not today, but death will come, just not today. But death will come. Maybe I should have asked, can you imagine a world without death? But this is an echo of the narrator, the creator. We could lie, a white lie, rest easy, I'm going to destroy her. We won't. Does this person need his peace of mind? I'm just gonna assume. We couldn't ask everything, but yeah, you know, painting the picture, oblivion. This mage had the power to, erase death, effectively making everyone immortal, I'm guessing. Just like certain characters in Dragon Age. Certain tragic characters in Dragon Age, specifically Dragon Age Inquisition, in terms of the immortality of certain, I don't want to spoil it, it's the major thing, but if you could rip open the Fade and make sure no one lives or dies and it just is, alright. Speculation, the fewer questions you ask and move forward, the narrator mirror won't be cracked. I was thinking that too. But when we told him something that wasn't a question, we just observed. Every time we ask a question, your mirror breaks. Period. No question mark. He's still cracked. And then the only option to leave was break the mirror. There was no way to just leave the mirror alone. Like, you just all questions, one non-question, which one statement, and break the mirror. Those are like our only options. So it's like break the mirror just moves forward. But who knows? Maybe we wouldn't even be able to break the mirror. But, well, we got the achievement. We ran out of questions. But yeah, like, considering who I'm thinking this guy might be like, if I were in that person's position, I probably would have created something like this to try and save the universe. I mean, we are their creations. We're simply fiction. We're simply components of a spell in that sense. We are a god created from, like, this person is so powerful to create gods in, we're spell components, godly spell components to stave off death. But you know what? I don't think we should get rid of death. But I'm gonna give him his peace of mind. May as well. Like, okay, sad. She was in a world that was ending. You know, he did what he thought he needed to do to save the universe. Doomed many worlds to it. Like, I'm not gonna be... Well, whatever. He can see you lie. Well, that's something, actually. You're right. It's established that he can see us lie. But maybe it's a thought that counts. Say nothing, watch him end. Yeah, say nothing and watch him end. That's what it is now. Like, he's gonna end either way. But yeah, let's say the narrator, let's say we forgot that little detail because we anthropomorphized everyone here. So let's just say I wasn't reminded of that fact. We've heard part of his story. And emotionally, we're just gonna respond. Rest easy. I'm going to destroy him.
Are you lying?
There, see?
I can't tell. But I've said my piece. And my time's up.
He's not sure. So it's up to him to interpret whether we were lying or not. For his final moments. Besides, it's just an echo anyway. We are all just creations of this god mage. From what I can interpret. Damn you, god mage! We're just their creations. But yeah, this is sad. Are you lying? I can't tell. I said my piece. My time is up. And this is the purpose. This is basically just their purpose. They are not the creator. They are an echo of the creator to guide us. Couldn't fight his nature. We all had a part to play in this. But yeah. Go to rest, narrator. Thank you for... Well, you were fulfilling your purpose.
It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Good night. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The long quiet, all of this is you. Achievement. The narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. A guarded vessel will bring the prisoner to her. That's her final princess. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Ah! What have we done? There's some Nier Automata shit.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
Death looks beautiful.
It's been so long.
No, we are death.
And my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Actually, they didn't clarify. Is she life or death? But we're the one with the knife. So we're death, most likely. Because they're guiding us to kill life. No, we're life, meant to kill death. Right, and we wanted death to be approachable. As they said, beautiful, approachable, meaningful. Right? That's the psychoanalysis of the narrator. Because we don't want death to look unapproachable. A lot of people don't want to be afraid of death. It makes sense that we would create the fiction of the princess as death, and we just have to kill death. But in a way, it worked against us, because then we didn't want to kill death, because death became an echo of what we wanted death to be. So, again, I'm just theorizing now. Let's just finish and I'm gonna save my thoughts for it. But, yeah, as far as I can tell, this is the echo of death. It's been so long and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly. It is a love story of life and death. I guess you just know. I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I am the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it?
Are we death?
When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
The narrator, the echo, spun us from one into two. Gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes.
So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment? Ask some players. Slay the princess. Don't you have a say in all this? Why is this all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Us reflected in each other. There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. That's a great line. Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. Goody Two Shoes is out. I guess our conscience caught up with us. Whatever we think is the conscience. But I also want to know more. Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions and I need answers before I can make a choice.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach. And you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Huh.
To question everything is to deny the proof of reality that lies in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. In believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck.
Ah. Alright. It's like that it's that neck, it's that no shadows without light, no light without shadows. Ish. Like that shackle around our neck.
But even then, you remembered the impermanence of the material and watched as the walls of your prison decayed into nothing. To be impermanent is not to end, but to change. And for the world to be impermanent is to make finite the suffering of all things. Would you strip that gift away and leave them all to suffer in their permanence?
Permanence, immortality, right? What's interesting is like a lot of depictions of immortal or even long-lived species, how it warps their sense of purpose, their sense of life, and how it's depicted usually as a terrible thing to have people immortal. But let's say all there's no lack of planets to settle, infinitely expanding galaxy, no problem with finding people a home. Is immortality then still a terrible thing, right? What princess you got is what arguments you will make in. Most of this is coping. What princess you got is what argument. Yeah. So this is the last princess we got, the one where we both got chained. So yeah, she reminded us of a time where that shackle around us was because we didn't believe, we doubted ourselves. But then, we were reminded also of impermanence, that their change can happen, the cycle of life and death. We don't have a choice in the matter and have to cope with it. I still feel like we have a choice. No immortality so far, and we can only rationalize that maybe it's not that bad. And she's saying, of course, that would you take she attributed the presence of death to having meaning as well. So in a way, she's positing that without death, there would be no meaning to life. But that's again, we've seen a lot of depictions in other media where that immortal usually become less like the mortals, that they eventually ascend, whether they like it or not, into beings with different needs, different purposes. That might most likely might happen, but in terms of them, that is their meaning. But well, that's why there's a problem if the immortal are there with the mortals. Then let's keep going. Would you strip that gift away and leave them all to suffer and their permanence? So yeah, for her, she believes immortality is suffering. But isn't to live to suffer? I don't want to not engage with this. That would be torture. They'll get over it. They'll see permanence as a gift in time. Immortality and unaging. Permanence. Yeah, that's an important distinction as well. Like, when do they stop? Or are they just no one ages? Everything's just permanent and unchanging. Maybe that's what this is more about. But I also like how... Well, I don't know which princess they choose, because this is the last princess, which doesn't necessarily reflect the player, and more that... Or does the last princess also kind of signify the road that the player was on since the first princess? Perhaps that's the case, because they don't give you the same... You always need a different ending, a different princess. It's just the order you choose. So perhaps, I don't know yet, like I haven't really thought about it, but the writing towards the last princess, in a way, it's like, this is your personality test, this is your princess test. This is why you're left with this last princess. And it's a reflection of the path that you were on. Like, you could have gotten this princess first, but later on ended up with, I don't know, the wholesome, happy princess. One thing, you literally can't die no matter what, and others, you have a choice in not dying of age. That's also a thing, right? So that's why the elves in their, you know, they are immortal, but they also have the choice to sail to the west once they can no longer, once the melancholy sets in, once they have, you know, they have feel like they have no longer any purpose in the mortal world, then they sail off into the afterlife. Right, that's a thing that they can do. Or choose to have a mortal life and pass on in Middle Earth. But anyway. But yeah, it's that question again. Like, if we're talking about immortality, yes, it's a bad thing if you're talking about economic balance and actual overpopulation and all that. But again, let's just say we have the power to settle uninhabited worlds and everything, and resources aren't a problem, and everyone's immortal. But we've also seen how the saying, you live long enough to become the villain. Again, like, I will believe immortality does warp people's moral compasses, but it becomes a new balance. So if everyone were to be immortal at some point, then it would be an immortal society. If we came upon mortal societies, then okay, then there will be a conflict there. But yeah, but you are correct in terms of not being able to die at all. I think that's what this is more about, because we are literally going to kill death, slay death. So yeah, that's a scarier one, where it's like, what if people just, if there's no death, that's just, yeah, I can see that really taking away people's agency, people's meaning. That's what she's trying to tell us. That is a very tragic thing as well. Like, the saying, they died too young, or they were going to accomplish so much but didn't. You know, age-old tragedy. How even the impermanence of, for example, our positions in leadership positions in politics in countries. Yes, you have an election, for example, every 4 years, but a lot of good projects from good presidents die out or lose momentum because of political turmoil in the transition. Not everything transitions safely or well. So there, of course, there's an argument for someone being able to live several lifetimes. But can you also imagine a leader, an immortal leader that just, you know, massive undying insects. Yeah, a lot of scary things. So if we're gonna go back to the start of everything, how life and death are inseparable, they tried to separate us. The Echo tried to separate us in this game. We're going back to the game. Cosmic balance will be in turmoil. So whatever it is, we resolved already to not slay the princess. So we're gonna go with that for first ending as far as we can tell. Like, I'm just now trying to extract more dialogue and epic music and epic moments from this. I did ask her, of course, I need enlightenment to make a decision. So that's what she's doing now. But player is like, we're leaning towards not slaying the princess, not getting rid of death. So thank you for the care package. Let's just keep playing. We'll have more thoughts at the end of all this, but I'm liking how it kind of like escalated. Six hours into the care package. It's been a great 6 hours though, Zen. Alright. Would you strip that gift away, I'm death, and leave them all to suffer in their permanence? That would be torture.
It would. Our purpose is to be and to experience, and their purpose is the same. To be permanent is to cease. To be paused is to be trapped. Your lover drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
I also like how she's like supplicating to it's a the art, it's I don't know if it's intentional, but this tends to be, you know, the way they're looking up like that. It's very Jesus is depicted in a lot of art like this. Gods are depicted very much like this as well. Yeah, I got a damsel. We were all going like true love. We did that. Stop the fight early and surrender. Well, we're not fighting, I guess. Let's be... That feeling never left me.
Then there's no need for you to fight what we are. Whenever you're ready, we can leave together. Hand in loving hand.
I wanted more dialogue. I wanted to hear more about the princesses we got, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm ready. I want to leave with you. Stop the fight early and surrender.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words.
Through conflict, we carve meaning.
The
That's the
final
achievement.
peace lies with you.
Free yourself. Can't get damsel sad. And it's very fitting. No, I found it is very fitting, like the way they built up, for at least for our playthrough. The princesses they went through were the prisoner, were shackled. That was us redoubting our capabilities of being able to change anything, which is why we shackled ourselves, as it was representative of that. But then we were reminded, the glimmer of, right, things can't be permanent. That's not possible. The world changes. And the world changed around us. It is a reminder of that. And then she hits us with, I stabbed you over and over and over, but you still gave yourself up to true belief and, love wins. And then that reminded us, yeah, you know what? We felt so powerful. We felt the literal power of love and friendship. It's so anime. And it's like, I want that. That feeling actually never left me. But you reminded us of it. You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here, except for her, is you. So do we get to rule the universe with life and death? You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonized tension to a finite plane. You can feel the glass of the construct pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it. But it does not yield.
I love you.
Take her hand. Oh no, and it's like that time together we broke down the door, right? So we were just on a high there, like we're so cheesy, just like, for this playthrough we're just gonna, yeah, love wins, let's do it together. Crash through the door. Let's hopefully we can crash through the prism and there's no backstabbing here. Take her hand. Let's do this together. Alright? Let's break out of this crystal. This god mage, the echo, whoever they were, basically helped us be birth gods. Take her hand. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. It's real! You are free, and she is with you.
It's magnificent.
There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. Now we're tripping out. What happens now?
Everything. Just like it always has been. And just like it always will be.
Step into the infinite. You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you will always be. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. There are no endings, only new beginnings. Created by Tony Howard and Abby Howard. No, Tony Howard Arias, sorry. Artist, editor, additional writing, Abby Howard. Is Tony Howard Arias also the same writer as Slay the Princess? It a sucker of love all along. Oh my god. You know what? In a way, it wasn't for a smooch, okay? We believed in consent and not being such a horn dog. Sucker for love is if we let the which voice was that? The smitten. If we let the smitten take over our personality. Our song, Finish the Game. The good ending doesn't count. What? Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Nice. I like it. Our song. And like songs birthing gods. It's something, you know. Tolkien has something to say about that as well. You know, the song of the universe, song of creation. Literal being sung to life. So in a way, the echoed and our song echoed across the galaxy. And this is it. But it's a nice little touch. So we got... This is our playthrough, our order. The Princess, the World Ender, the Fury. The Shifting Mound, Movement 1. To be everything. The Shifting Mound, Movement 2. So we can like make a musical now. The Shifting Mound, Movement 2. I'm taking what I'm owed. The Shifting Mound 3. It was always that easy. Shifting Mound Movement 4. I don't like small talk. Long quiet. The Shifting Mound Movement 5. It's like, it's from small talk to quiet. And then the final movement. And then transformation. And then apotheosis. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Apotheosis. And it kind of encapsulates like the opening act. The Princess, World Ender, and the Fury. To be everything. The Shifting Mound. Like, you know, the multiple faces, the everything. I don't remember what I'm taking what I'm owed though. Explore. Join the Discord, mailing list, subreddit. Follow us somewhere else. What's that? Black Tabby Games, where to find us. Ah, okay. Make your playlist. That opens the Spotify playlist, right? Okay. Yeah, for posterity. We took a screenshot, right? Let me make sure. Alright, we took a screenshot. Play our other game. They don't even say Scarlet Hollow. Just play our other game. Return to main menu. That's awesome. Okay. How many achievements did we get? So just right, around 7-ish hours. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that first playthrough. I think we got enough answers to feel satisfied. Enough to piece together the pieces, and I did kind of appreciate that. I appreciated the pressure of needing to know. And the shattering of the mirror. Like, the authors didn't want to explain everything, because that would take away some of the magic and just kind of deflate the climax a bit. With the confrontation or conversation, the communication with the princess, the final confrontation with the princess. I think limiting the amount of questions helps inform that. So it did, like, not knowing everything totally, a hazy. It got us in the right state of, we know enough to just put our playthrough on faith, but we weren't like totally lost as to be like, I don't understand anything. So yeah, we learned enough about the echo, the motive of the narrator. I also like the touch of, let's lie. Finally, we understand where the narrator came from in terms of a world that was suffering and everyone was just obsessed about death. He didn't want that. Of course, he wanted to eradicate that. So yeah, we just try to give him peace of mind. And in the end, it's like, I can't tell if you're lying or not because he was starting to fade. So it's like, you were just an echo, but we'll just ease our conscience. And yeah, you're right. You can't explain gods really, which is exactly what the narrator said. You can't. He was surprised, like, what, gods are supposed to be incomprehensible beings. I think I'm anthropomorphizing you too much. So in a way, the echo did. We manifested as the reflections of, we were carved in their image. Just like that. As they say, like some gods are carved in the image of humanity, or whatever humanity is in this universe. So we are still reflections of them. We are still creations of them. In here, there's a literal sense, and hey, the birth of gods. So hey, I don't know what we're gonna do with the universe. But yeah, it is just enough. It feels enough. Like, I was worried that going into this, I was worried we were going to be like, oh, is this game gonna demand multiple playthroughs just to get the whole story? But I feel like playing it in one sitting here, it was a great experience and the way to wrap up October. It was a great Halloween experience for me. And yeah, you guys are recommending this a lot, highly recommending it. And it's all because of Scarlet Hollow as well. You introduced us to Scarlet Hollow. That was great. In a way it does, but they aren't long, so it's still one sitting. Yeah, if you want to go through, like, I doubt you could get all the princesses in one go, as far as I can tell, right? Where are our achievements? How do I check? Achievements. Yeah, 22 of 97 achievements. So one playthrough for me was already good to know about. Like, again, and I'll never forget the first playthrough usually, because that, especially with the choice and consequence game, it's a snapshot of how we were feeling during that stream, during that day, what we may have been going through. And I like how so far with Scarlet Hollow and with this one playthrough of Slay the Princess, it feels like it reflected on us as a player. So that's what I'm very happy about. Like, I can already just like quit after one playthrough, because the rest would just be experimenting to find other choices, but it wouldn't necessarily feel like me in a way. Kind of like how I dedicated Mass Effect playthrough. Like, I didn't really save scum. I mean, I did save scum a bit, but then like more or less like the major choices, it was just, I wanted it to remain a reflection of me, and I carried it on to Mass Effect 2 and 3. Games like that, just that. Like, also with Baldur's Gate 3, overall, well, Act 3 was rough in some parts, but overall, Baldur's Gate 3 also made me feel like it was reflecting us, like our agency within the game, affecting that. And that's what I felt with this game and Scarlet Hollow. Yeah, which is why I cannot wait for the next chapter. Because at the end of each episode, I always feel like that was my playthrough. Right? That's how it was. Mass Effect 3, it's not that different for other people, but it's such a, for the time, it was like awesome. It was, how do I say, for when it was released during the time, Mass Effect was pretty, it was one of the best RPGs of the era. And it was it is a trilogy. It is such an epic experience that across 3 games, with the same shepherd, if you imported your save, that's what really gets you attached to your playthrough, that it was so difficult for me to watch like other shepherds or hear about. It was nice to hear about other shepherd stories, but whenever I'd see like other shepherds or even the official art of FemShep, who only later on they introduced a canonical FemShep. Don't get me started on that. How they only made like one trailer with her and everything. But anyway, I love FemShep. Jennifer Hill's performance was phenomenal. But yeah, it is like my FemShep, and watching other playthroughs just felt like I was watching someone else's life. So it's been a while since I was able to play a game that was able to capture those feelings. And Scarlet Hollow is one of the more recent experiences that really made me feel, at least. I know you. I believe you when you say that the illusion of choice is not that there's so much. There actually is a lot of variation, but I'm saying whether it's an illusion or not, because I'm also fine being sold on an illusion. The end result of it actually feeling like your decisions mattered, that's very difficult to pull off. Remember, again, like they dropped the ball with Mass Effect, at least with the choose your color ending, or Deus Ex Human Revolution, choose the button that you choose your button ending. I know it's difficult to craft and incorporate all your decisions, but come on, like there are better ways to do that, which is why Mass Effect Scrambled released the DLC, the extended cut, and it kind of helped. I never got to experience the original ending, so my experiences with the extended cut and with the Citadel DLC, with everything. Same with Dragon Age Inquisition, I never experienced the content drought. I remember the base game ended so terribly that it really killed a lot of hype for the game. You needed to play the Trespasser DLC. You needed to play Jaws of Hakon. So I was able to play the complete edition and had a better experience. And someone who played at launch, unfortunately, and just suffered for it because they didn't release the conclusion, the actual conclusion to Dragon Age, the Dragon Age trilogy, until they released the Trespasser DLC. So that's a shame there. So yeah, again, like going back to Slay the Princess, it is a very, very positive experience. It's just great. I am a big fan of these people. I will play the games that they're going to be releasing. Scarlet Hollow is their current project, right? I don't know if they have other projects. But here the music was great. The music was more stood out more here to me than Scarlet Hollow. I'm trying to remember, like, I know Scarlet Hollow had some pretty good tunes as well, but I don't know, some of the tracks here just really stood out to me, especially each meeting. Especially each princess, that the vessel, right? And I started to feel terrible about that as well. The build up of, like, you know, guys probably know it already. I have a hard time choosing mean options in the game. So that's why in the beginning with Slay the Princess, I'm just like, at least we played the demo and asked all the questions in the demo. Because I wanted our first experience here was basically, yeah, well, listen, stab, the end. And then I just couldn't help it. After the third vessel being claimed, I started to think, we're just killing this woman and giving her into this possible foreign entity. It's like that really made me feel bad, guilty, that I started shifting my role play towards, of course, we understand that it was her all along. She was just trying to make herself whole again. But it also, there's a lot to say about her being what Echo said, the shifting mound. How she was never really in charge of what she is. She's in charge of what she is, but what she is and what she will be is shaped by others' perceptions. So it's kind of like, that's also, well, I would say as a human, that's kind of sad. But again, these are like godly entities, two in one. We are one. We were split asunder. So we are one. We are not two, we are one. So there's something there. the echo split us apart. So there was an external force that split us into these. Right. There was no balance. That's what it felt like. And I think again reading into this a bit more, but that was the overall impression, that there was something wrong with the balance. If no gods were involved or anything, immediately the premise, the outset already makes you feel like uneasy, sick to the stomach, because this is an innocent woman chained up. As far as you know, actually no, looks like an innocent woman chained up, and you're just told to kill her. That's already raises some questions, right? Not to take away, not to even mention the other implications of other readings of it. It's the woman who's chained up, the woman who's no agency, the woman who is objectified, just there to serve a narrative purpose and become what the audience wants her to be. Like, she has no identity for herself. She is written for people. She is a plot device that needs to die to move the story forward. And all other things which are very problematic in terms of looking at it from a feminist perspective. But in a way, it's like you go back into it, and how it is a manifestation of you wanting to make killing this entity more approachable, and how that made it makes me and the player, made me sick to the stomach to have to do this to this woman. And yeah, the princess in distress. And that's why in the demo, our first reaction was to try and save her, because we also fall into the trap of, it's a double-edged sword in terms of the way we manifested her. Because at the same time, we wanted her to be something approachable, but also vulnerable. And that also kind of paints... it's also kind of like a commentary on that, how a lot of women have the pressure to be everything. Like, they cannot be just one thing. They have to be... I'm like reminded of the monologue in Barbie. If you watch Barbie, essentially that. It's like, they can't be too much of a damsel in distress, but then if they're too much of that, then they're wrong. But if they're too cold, then they're a bitch. And then it's like, they always have to be like everything. So again, whether it's intentional or not, the way the princess here is written as a shambling, shifting mound, taking upon different meanings. I was just coming into that, like coming into the cabin, coming into that, walking down the basement, just really unsettled by her having actually not having no agency, in us with a knife. And it was pretty sad. So yeah, princess in distress, which either makes you want to save her, or to some people makes her seem like she's easy to kill, and not many people would miss her. As the narrator said, "Are you a monarchist?" People would listen to her, and he was telling us she's a terrible ruler in a way. And if it's a terrible princess in charge, if it's a terrible monarch in charge, you're in for a rough time, kingdom. So there's that also. So I like the dichotomy there. But yeah, you could really like interpret this in many different ways, I feel. And the journey that I was on for just a single 6 to 7 hour playthrough just given me a lot of food for thought. And coincidentally also very reminiscent to me of Alan Wake's thrust of the power of the narrative, the art, the way it's shaped by people's fears, and how that fear can also be used as a window into being exploited for a purpose to reshape reality. We still have to play the Alan Wake 2 to see how that's all going to turn out, but in a way it felt like we were in another dark place here. We were written into being. It is the fiction that needed to conclude in a certain way. We were written. It is a story that was written to eliminate death from the world. And it's, yeah, whoever had that power to write this story, the echo, the narrator, our creator, that's also terrifying. Like, this person's like, yeah, I created you. You're gods, I created you. I didn't get to ask, are you like me? No, he said, no, we asked that. And they said, oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo. So that, but anyway, they created us. So that's just pretty bonkers as well. So yeah, Alan Wake 2 continuations, in a way, it's a fitting follow-up. And I'm excited to see art translate, reflect, come to life again over the weekend. So I don't know. We might actually, no, we've been playing Alan Wake 2 to completion. So I don't think we're close to done. But overall, at least the premise of Alan Wake is still very intriguing, and we ended on a high note, though it was starting to get repetitive to me. And again, you saw I was so annoyed with the stupid flashing images that they're just getting old. I hope they kind of tone down on that and get us back on course. But yeah, it's just, this is the perspective of the creations of the world, like creations of the writer. And if we want to go really meta about it, it is created. It is created. It is all of these stories, a lot of entertainment, a lot of media. People underestimate the power of stories, really. People think it's easy to write, to do art. And in a way, it is easy because everyone has the capability to do it. I believe everyone has a capacity as well to tell stories, especially their stories. But they don't really see it as a creative endeavor. But simply telling your story, sharing it with your friends in a way that is also your storytelling, affecting others around you, making them feel, making them fear, making the, it's, we are each a story, as I would see that we, each of us, all of us, are a story out there affecting change. And what we read, what we write, what we watch are reflections and echoes of other people, capable of, literally, art is capable of what do you say, of inciting revolution and bringing about change. Art has helped do that. Fan the spirits of revolution and change, and also has been a way to placate the masses, to subjugate them. It is it could do good and it can do evil as well. So yeah, just being able to play through that is fun. Alan Wake 2 would be a nice follow-up, and Slay the Princess was a great palate cleanser for all that. And I didn't know it was gonna be a creation story. I did not expect that, because I just played the demo once, right? But I did not expect any of that. Like, yes, we predicted the thing. Maybe two of us are just trapped here by someone, by the narrator. That was what we got spot on. But for the purpose of it, like, that was, I didn't know until the end. Like, why are you making us do this? Until it was super clear when the narrator said, I don't want the universe to suffer. I don't want the universe to have death anymore. And so I birthed you into being so that you can kill death. I separated your entity, you two who were one. I made you two so you could kill death. There was the imbalance. That's what it felt so wrong. So that is super great. But yeah, I guess those are my initial impressions of Slay the Princess. If you have not played it, get it. Or for anyone who may still be here, you are, I guess, officially spoiled. But no, it's still worth playing because you may get other princesses. Look at, I got these princesses. My playthrough is just one of many. I only got 22 out of 97 achievements. So I'm assuming there's just a lot more to see, to collect. And a lot more princesses to discover, right? So I still would highly recommend it, even if you kind of know it's going to end this way. Because my playthrough ended a certain way, I'm pretty sure yours was very different. Yeah, well, we're going to be ending soon. I'm just, yeah, I mean, that's those are my initial impressions of Slay the Princess. It just, again, inspiring me to just, I just love being able to share these experiences with you guys. And I appreciate that you allow me to do so and support me for doing so. And because it's just, I'd have no one to talk to about these things. So being in the moment, just like feeling it and just talking to you guys, it just helps. So thank you for being here, Zen and Vanoa. You have a good night, Zen. You take care as well, Vanoa. We will get back with Alan Wake 2, and as you said, it's gonna be a fun little follow-up to everything. 3 a.m. Filipino time. Hey, Bonebreaker 85 is playing Fall Guys. Bad Investor, Q Bunny, Seika. Nix the Vampy is playing SCP Secret Files. Okay, I know Nixie has a lot of followers, but we've never raided Nixie the Vampy before. And she's playing she's playing SCP Secret Files. So, in the theme of Alan Wake 2, Spooky Season, and I guess Slay the Princess in itself, the cosmic egg is an SCP. If anything could be an SCP. So, thank you everyone for being here. We're gonna go raid out and just say hello to Nixie the Vampy. I want to check out what they're doing as well with SCP Secret Files. We streamed that ourselves. It was pretty fun. But Slay the Princess, highly recommend it. Scarlet Hollow, I highly recommend it as well. Thank you again to Vanua and you guys for introducing Scarlet Hollow to us. It is really worth it. This experience is really worth it. I really love their first playthrough. For those who may be lurking, if you did enjoy this content, please consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. A huge thank you to Luke Pagka for raiding us and to Nick Cynical for that follow. Thank you so much. Our Discord is also open 24/7 if you wish to wax poetic and muse about other things or just shoot the shit and become part of the community. Our Discord is open 24/7. I'll see you all for Alan Wake. Officially this Friday and Sunday, but Thursday I believe I'll be free, so I'll do my best just to get some streaming hours in as well. But this concludes our first playthrough of Slay the Princess on stream. I really had fun with you guys here. Thank you so much for your presence. It is all the more richer because of your presence. And I'll see you all next time. And as always, welcome to the table and have a good one. Bye, everyone.